widening digital divides and against the potential of AI to cause damage and conflict. Mr. President, Denmark's main priority is to ensure safe and trustworthy AI that is used in compliance with international law, in particular international humanitarian law and international human rights law. This includes AI-enabled weapons. Responsibility and accountability cannot be delegated to machines. Human oversight and human control in decision-making is required. In this regard, Denmark is encouraged by continued deepening of international cooperation in relation to AI. We support the creation of a cohesive global framework for AI governance, and Denmark has also endorsed the Paris Declaration on maintaining human control in AI-enabled weapon systems. We call for a particular focus on accountability, as well as on multi-stakeholder approach that involves civil society, technical experts, industry, and academia alike. Mr. President, AI technologies can bolster the UN's capabilities in multiple ways. For example, by detecting and addressing cyber threats, monitoring the implementation of sanction regimes, and countering mis- and disinformation and hate speech. AI has the potential to enhance the safety and operational effectiveness of UN peace operations and support remote monitoring of ceasefire agreements. This is particularly important on the ground, where UN peace operations work under difficult and dangerous circumstances to implement the mandates adopted by this Council. AI models can process data from satellites, drones, and sensors in real time to monitor movement of troops, vehicles, and artillery, and issue automated alerts. Instead of relying on manual reports, UN staff can respond more quickly with decision-making supported by technology. These opportunities of AI cannot be realized without decisive action and commitment. We must ensure that AI technologies are developed, deployed, and managed responsibly. Mr. President, to conclude, Denmark stands ready to contribute to ensure that AI systems remain safe, secure, and trustworthy. We welcome the engagement of this Council, and we look forward to further considerations on how AI systems can be leveraged by the UN to advance international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank Antonio Guterres and the briefers for their contributions to our discussion. Today, artificial intelligence is not only a trendy topic discussed by a great many, it is above all essential to successful technological development, economic and social progress, and is also a crucial element of national security for any state. AI technologies are being applied in the political, social, economic, and defense spheres. However, this technology also carries serious risks and is emerging as a new factor that could affect the stability of the entire system of international relations. AI-based technologies can influence public opinion and election outcomes through the dissemination of news, publications, and fake content on social media. They can also impact the functioning of critical infrastructure in other countries. And let's be honest, no one in the world fully understands all the risks associated with AI, and this fact cannot be ignored. Let me begin with the positives. Artificial intelligence undoubtedly has significant potential to promote economic development. According to various estimates, if current growth rates continue, the AI industry could contribute up to $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. Moreover, artificial intelligence can help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Relevant applications already being developed and implemented to address challenges in areas such as climate change and healthcare. One of AI's key features is its potential impact on employment. According to the projections of the International Monetary Fund, AI is capable of taking over nearly 40% of jobs worldwide, replacing and supplementing human labor. As a result, countries with developed economies will have greater opportunities to leverage its benefits compared to emerging markets, and developing nations. This will exacerbate digital inequality and the already significant imbalance in global development, which in turn could lead to social tensions and new conflicts. Given the obvious benefits of AI and the incentives to adopt its most advanced forms, the so-called artificial intelligence race, the drive to outpace geopolitical rivals by rapidly expanding the boundaries of a still unknown and uncontrolled technology, without commensurate efforts to ensure its safety for all actors, could, like the arms race, pose an existential risk to humanity's future. And this is not the only potential threat posed by the development of artificial intelligence. It is therefore no surprise that the number of those who see AI primarily as an opportunity is comparable to those who view it mainly as a potential threat. In any case, I would venture to say that there is virtually no one in the world who is indifferent to this issue today, and it is predictably becoming a topic of discussion across a number of political and expert bodies. The United Nations Security Council is no exception. However, we are convinced that discussions on this topic within this key UN body tasked with maintaining international peace and security face clear limitations. First of all, we find it difficult to understand how the generic topic of artificial intelligence aligns with the Security Council's clearly defined mandate under the UN Charter, mainly the mandate to maintain international peace and security. Second, and equally important, the Security Council consists of 15 member states, and in the Council there is a clear and unnatural overrepresentation of Western states. This creates a risk that that group of states interested in preserving and consolidating their technological leadership in this area may attempt to impose a narrow, self-serving approach on the international community at the expense of inclusive, specialized formats carrying out practical work in this area. For example, discussions on cyber attacks involving artificial intelligence should be held within the global mechanism established to replace the UN Open-Ended Working Group on Security of and in the Use of ICTs. This negotiation platform is mandated to address key ICT security issues, including artificial intelligence. This new body, unlike the UN Security Council, will allow all countries to participate equally in decision-making. When it comes to the military aspects of AI use, multilateral and inclusive specialized platforms also exist for this purpose, primarily the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems within the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, as well as the UN Disarmament Commission. These bodies, incidentally, have yet to develop a common understanding of even the most basic issues, including terminology. I think we all understand that in this context, moving discussions of such sensitive issues to other fora, especially the Security Council, and in particular discussions of the impact of AI technologies on other non-proliferation and disarmament aspects, is at the very least premature. Mr. President, I ask that you do not project our position regarding the Security Council and AI onto the UN as a whole. We believe that our global organization can and should play a coordinating role in AI development as a counterbalance to various non-inclusive and temporary formats with politicized agendas. What is key, in our view, is to reach universal agreements with states playing the leading role based on equitable dialogue and, of course, with due consideration for all of the negotiation participants' legitimate interests. Unfortunately, the states I referred to earlier are not only trying to widen their technological gap with the global south in AI, as I said, they are also organizing non-inclusive summits on the responsible military use of AI, which are destructive in nature. I refer in particular to the Seoul Summit, AI Summit of 2024, a limited, restricted format to which most developing countries were not invited. Similar examples include the Bletchley Conference in 2023 and the Paris Conference in 2025. These events and the documents they adopt do not reflect the views of all stakeholders and cannot serve as a foundation for future work that would reflect a common understanding of this issue. The noble goal of preventatively developing responsible AI regulation is only noble in words. In reality, the regulatory system that is being imposed is dangerous and harmful as it explicitly divides AI applications into good and bad. And this raises the key question: who will decide what is responsible use and what is not? It seems that this decision will end up being with the same restricted group of countries, excluding the vast majority of UN member states. Attempts to establish certain countries' rules and standards at the Security Council level and to have them replace international legal instruments, including by promoting non-inclusive formats and coalitions, is unlikely to bring us closer to a shared approach to AI, including its military aspects. This could ultimately backfire and have a negative impact on the maintenance of international peace and security. We would caution our colleagues against such reckless steps. Our position remains unchanged. We support the UN's coordinating role in AI matters. We welcome the creation of mechanisms on AI issues within the framework of the UN, such as the UN Global Dialogue and the Independent International Scientific Panel. We look forward to productive discussions within these mechanisms based on respect for state sovereignty and compliance with national laws by AI developers. We hope that everyone in this room shares the conviction that AI must never be allowed to dominate over humans and human values. For our part, we are ready to continue with substantive, equitable, and mutually respectful work on all aspects of artificial intelligence in all inclusive specialized bodies in order to find solutions that satisfy everyone and maximize the benefits of AI for the entire planet. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank the Republic of Korea for the initiative of holding this open debate. I'd also like to thank the UN Secretary General for his remarks complementing the written report. And I thank the briefers, Mr. Benjo and Ms. Choi, for their briefings. Artificial intelligence is the major technological revolution of our century. It is already transforming our societies and economies. In the coming years, it will increasingly influence international peace and security. The Secretary General pointed this out. This technology must serve peace and the common good. France is committed to this. We launched the Global Partnership on AI in 2019 alongside Canada. France is implementing the European AI regulation governing high-risk uses. We've also adopted the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future 1 year ago. And in February 2025, during the Summit for Action on Artificial Intelligence, we launched the Current AI initiative with the aim of placing AI at the service of the public interest. 3 key principles must guide our action. Firstly, the new opportunities offered by artificial intelligence must strengthen the impact and the effectiveness of United Nations action. Used responsibly, AI's data collection and analysis capabilities can improve the protection of civilian populations and facilitate the work of peace operations. AI can be mobilized to identify early warning signals of conflicts. It can be used for planning, decision support, performance measurement, and also training. AI also allows us to better anticipate and manage the risk of humanitarian crises, climate disasters, and help us to reduce the environmental impact of peace operations. This is why France supports the modernization of tools serving peace, such as decision support platforms like UnitedWare or early warning systems in Africa within the framework of the Silencing the Guns project and the use of AI for this purpose. Secondly, the use of AI in matters pertaining to peace and security must be able to be regulated. Disinformation and the manipulation of information facilitated by generative AI threaten our democracies, undermine peace operations, and endanger the security of peacekeepers. In cyberspace, AI increases the capabilities of those who seek to exploit our vulnerabilities. In the military domain, the prospect of weapons systems integrating AI presents risks regarding compliance with international humanitarian law. This is why we fully agree with the Secretary General, namely that no decision of life or death should ever be transferred to an autonomous weapons system operating without any human control. To build a future international regulatory instrument for lethal autonomous weapon systems, France will remain engaged in the dedicated group of governmental experts, and their work must continue beyond 2026. At the United Nations, and in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 79239, introduced by the Republic of Korea and adopted last December, we must continue to collectively assess the consequences of applying artificial intelligence in the military domain. In other fora, France will continue the work carried out by the European Union and the Council of Europe, as well as by South Korea and the Netherlands at the summits on responsible AI in the military domain, RE-AIM. Thirdly, we must promote governance around AI that is inclusive, multilateral, and respectful of fundamental rights. Linguistic fragmentation would mean new rivalries in the world. Normative fragmentation would mean competition between rival models and would deepen digital divides. Such a prospect is not desirable for any state. A common governance architecture must be built based on international law and respect for human rights. That's why France supports the rapid implementation of the Independent Scientific Panel and the global dialogue provided for by the Global Digital Compact of the United Nations. Following on from the Paris Summit for AI Action, we must develop AI that is trustworthy, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable. We share the view of several of our partners that the Security Council has a specific role to play. It must do so in coherence with other ongoing processes at the United Nations or elsewhere by providing added value on issues within its mandate, whether that be conflict prevention, peacekeeping, or peace building. Mr. President, in conclusion, France calls for collective mobilization so that artificial intelligence remains a tool at the service of peace, sustainable development, and human rights. We must act together so that this technological revolution means shared progress for all and not new divisions. France will continue to make its full contribution to this common effort. I thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Karol Nawrocki, President of Poland.
President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this debate. Artificial intelligence is no longer a laboratory experiment. It is a tool used by millions of people around the world every day in all areas of our life, including national security. Today, our security is threatened not only by tanks and missiles, but also cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, the use of so-called deepfakes, and manipulation in the information space. These are also modern weapons, very different from conventional ones. In recent years, Poland, like many others, has become the target of increasingly intense attacks from hostile countries, mainly Russia. We are attacked every day. Let me mention that only last year, over 100,000 confirmed incidents were reported in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that AI can be our shield on this new cyber battlefield and give us a real advantage. Poland is not standing on the sidelines of this revolution. We have enormous potential and great examples from our history in which outstanding Polish scientists influenced the fate of the world. Let me recall Polish mathematicians Marian Rejewski, Jerzy Różycki, and Henryk Zygalski. I know that it's very difficult to pronounce it in English, who broke the Enigma code during World War II, combining science, courage, and allied cooperation to protect human lives. Many innovative technology startups are developing in Poland today, creating solutions based on AI. Our research teams and technical universities are involved in international projects and leading global companies. I'm convinced that we must do everything we can to support the development of new technologies, including those that help strengthen our resilience and national security. To achieve that goal, 3 weeks ago, I signed a legislative initiative to establish a Breakthrough Technology Development Fund in Poland. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in Poland we are fully aware that for artificial intelligence to truly serve peace and global development, it must be based on much more than just technology. It must be based on transparent principles consistent with human ethics and international regulations. We need a forum where countries can share their experiences in the responsible implementation of AI, including in the security and defense sector. I think that the Security Council can become a leader in developing rules for the use of AI in armed conflicts and enforce standards limiting its use against humans. Ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is a tool. So little and so much. It is up to us whether it will be a tool of creation or a tool of destruction, whether we will use it to protect our values or allow it to be used against them. Poland is ready to cooperate, to share our know-how, to collaborate in developing best practices, to engage in international cooperation in the spirit of ethics with a view to preserving peace and the principles of international law. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Nawrocki for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. This is a crucial and timely debate. Artificial intelligence develops faster than our capacity to assess its impact. Its integration into the military domain has particularly profound implications. If misused, it threatens global stability, undermines trust between states, and jeopardizes international humanitarian law. This is namely the case with autonomous weapon systems. Human control, decision, and accountability must be at the heart of the use of force. It is a moral, ethical, and legal responsibility that cannot and should not be delegated. This is why Portugal strongly supports the Secretary General's recommendation for an international treaty banning lethal autonomous weapon systems. Excellencies, we believe results are better achieved through cooperation. With Canada, Portugal co-chairs the Working Group on Accountability, following the political declaration on the responsible military use of AI. We are also engaged in the process on responsible use of AI in the military. Finally, we are investing in digital training so that the benefits of AI reach all regions on an equal footing. the UN Portugal Digital Fellowship Capacity Building Program is the latest example. Excellencies, the Security Council has a decisive role to play in ensuring that AI is used for the common good. Alongside strategic debates, it can take very practical measures within its mandate, like providing missions with the means to confront disinformation campaigns, creating practical guides on AI in conflict scenarios, or use AI tools to improve risk prevention and analysis. Excellencies, innovation must be at the service of humanity, never against it. Artificial intelligence must be an ally of peace, security, and dignity of all citizens. Portugal is fully committed to this common goal, always faithful to the United Nations Charter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Aidarus Kasem Abdulaziz Al-Jubaidi, Vice President of Yemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is a radical change in our modern world. It brings a tremendous capacity for innovation and development, but also poses challenges and risks that could exacerbate instability, especially in countries that have suffered from protracted conflicts. For decades, our people have suffered from oppression, conflicts, and marginalization, as well as instability, especially by terrorist Houthi militias that are supported from Iran. We saw how artificial intelligence can be used as a tool by the Houthis to spread misinformation and false propaganda, and fuel Iran's efforts to spread autonomous weapons systems and threaten security and stability. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword. Without good governance, it could turn into a tool used by terrorist groups to threaten international peace and security and international and regional security. At the same time, if used responsibly, it could contribute to building peace, promoting good governance, and it will allow our societies to rebuild their institutions and basic services. Mr. President, addressing artificial intelligence is not a purely technical matter. It is an issue of sovereignty and the dignity of peoples. If controlled by foreign parties, it could threaten fragile stability. But if used responsibly, it could support local governance and provide early warning tools to prevent conflicts and promote economic resilience. To benefit from artificial intelligence to the maximum, we should take into account 4 priorities. 1, development. Artificial intelligence could help states that suffer from wars, such as Yemen, in rebuilding their basic services in health, education, energy, and water management sectors. Its agriculture and climate prediction technologies can promote adaptation to environmental challenges, which could exacerbate instability. 2, local peace and security. Using artificial intelligence to promote peace is very important. In my country, this could take place by monitoring the ceasefire and identifying the flow of illicit arms, while promoting open source information gathering on the moves of terrorist Houthi militias and their propaganda networks. If used correctly, it could promote the trust of societies in their local institutions and reassure donors that their assistance is delivered to those in need. 3, international and regional peace and security. Responsible use of advanced technologies and artificial intelligence is closely linked to international and regional peace and security. We saw how the access by Houthi militias to this technology had a direct impact on security in the region. It led to the targeting of maritime navigation corridors the global economy, energy supplies, and civilian infrastructure in the region. This is why, if this technology falls in the hands of illegal terrorists, we could witness an escalation that we might not be able to control in the future. Therefore, we are playing our role in promoting security and stability by explaining our experience first and turning it into an opportunity for cooperation and collaboration with between the Presidential Leadership Council and the Arab Alliance and international community, based on our prevention strategy adopted by the Presidential Leadership Council. 4. Achieving justice and respecting the principles of the UN Charter. Artificial intelligence should be a helping factor to achieve justice and law enforcement, not only locally but also internationally. Artificial intelligence should not negatively affect the aspirations or rights of people as guaranteed by international instruments and conventions, especially the UN Charter. For this reason, this technology should be used to serve the people in developing themselves and promoting their participation at the United Nations to ensure their right to self-determination in line with their will. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Jubaidi for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sitibani Ligama Mamada Lavuka, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Civil Service and Public Enterprises and Information of Fiji.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Jae Myung Lee. Your Excellencies, I'm indeed grateful for this opportunity to speak on this issue, and I sincerely thank the Republic of Korea for their leadership this month. We now live in a world where our lives are reliant on digital technologies. In line with the Pact of the Future, technological advancements and enhanced artificial intelligence can support peace and security by improving human capacity to detect, prevent, and manage conflict. But AI cannot resolve them on its own. Peace is ultimately a human process involving trust, justice, and political will. AI is a digital tool, not a solution in itself. AI can analyze conflict prevention and early warning for timely intervention by governments and organizations. AI strengthens defenses against cyber attacks and the spread of disinformation. It can also detect online hate speech or extremist recruitment. In conflict zones, including in states affected by climate change and natural disasters, AI enhances the mapping and location of displaced populations. The UN Security Council, therefore, needs to consider a global governance architecture through an intergovernmental process on the use of AI in peace and security, and to map clearly its risks and challenges. On our part, the Pacific leaders have endorsed the Ocean of Peace Declaration. We have declared our region as a zone of peace, where sovereignty, respect, and rights uphold our way of life. A region free from military interference, a region that upholds and sustains peace. In closing, I cannot overemphasize the need for the United Nations Security Council to act in an inclusive process to examine the potential that AI has to offer, including its risks in peace and security. We need to act swiftly together now. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rabuka for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ervin Ibrahimovic, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Montenegro.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. I thank the Republic of Korea for convening this important debate at such a critical moment. Across the globe, unresolved conflicts and rising geopolitical tensions test our collective ability to safeguard peace. At the same time, the pace of technological transformation brings new and complex risks. Among them, artificial intelligence stands out, holding not only extraordinary potential to advance humanity, but also the power to deepen existing security challenges. AI can act as a powerful force to good, strengthening peacekeeping, early warning and conflict prevention, and humanitarian response. Yet, in the wrong hands or without proper safeguards, it can be weaponized to spread disinformation, enable cyber attacks, or even design novel weapons. Montenegro is fully aware of both risks and opportunities that AI brings. By the end of this year, we will finalize our first national strategy for AI. It will provide a comprehensive framework for the responsible development and use of this technology. As a future member of the EU, we will strive to align it with the highest standards of the EU AI Act. Mr. President, raising awareness of risk must go hand in hand with unlocking the potential of AI for innovation, security, and sustainable development. This requires global accountability and strong partnership. The private sector, as the primary driver of technological advancement, must be a key partner in building safe, transparent, and human-centered AI solutions. International cooperation is also necessary. The Security Council has a distinct role to play in ensuring that AI contribution to peace and security rather than undermine them. We encourage collective effort to establish norms and guidelines, foster trust and transparency, and ensure that all countries benefit from this technology in a safe and responsible manner. In this regard, Montenegro welcomes the launch of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. Considering its rapid advancement, including the future artificial general intelligence, we see it is a unique, inclusive platform that brings together multi-stakeholders to advance collective approaches in line with Global Digital Compact. In closing, allow me to reaffirm Montenegro's readiness to contribute constructively to this effort. If we don't act responsibly today, we risk handing future generations a technology that divides rather than unites. But if we act together, AI can become a force for peace, not a danger. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Ibrahimovic for the statement. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Dick Schoof, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Dutch philosopher Cornelis Verhoeven was asked for his opinion on the digital revolution, he said, "Computers will never be able to do what we do because we created them." And then again, that's what the ape said about us. It might sound like a flippant remark, but there's an element of truth to it too. We're here today to talk about artificial intelligence and international peace and security. It's such an important topic that South Korea has put it on the Security Council agenda, which we greatly appreciate. And when it comes to AI, opinion is generally divided into two camps, for and against. But if we look more closely, it's clear that the positive and negative views on AI's potential are equally valid. Because AI can indeed help provide solutions to global issues like climate change, food security, water management, and collateral damage in military conflicts. but it can also be used for cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns. So there's every reason for us to develop accountability mechanisms. In 2023, the Netherlands and South Korea jointly initiated a broad international debate on the responsible use of AI in the military domain, the RE-AIM process. As part of this process, the Netherlands launched a global commission on responsible AI in the military domain. This independent body is made up of around 20 international commissioners, from philosophers and lawyers to mathematicians and computer scientists, and is supported by a broad group of experts. It's been working on this issue for the past 18 months, and today it's presenting its final report with concrete recommendations on how governments can embed this theme in their policy agendas. But beyond the military domain, AI has already spread more broadly into our day-to-day lives. And while everyone accepts that we need security safeguards for military applications, that isn't automatically the case in other areas. So we need to pay special attention to those areas too. This is a task that the Netherlands takes very seriously. By drawing up frameworks and impact analyses for the use of AI and algorithms, as well as by working with a range of organizations concerned with raising awareness and providing information on AI, including ELSA Labs, which stands for Ethical, Legal and Societal Aspects of AI. But of course, this requires a broader approach too. The Netherlands supports the EU vision on jointly building an innovative European ecosystem focused on people, trust and accountability. These are all steps in the right direction. At the same time, we know this is a technology that sometimes moves faster than we can expect. So we need to move fast too. We need to keep up tempo and keep this issue on the global UN agenda. It's also important to remember that every innovation begins with belief in its potential. Take healthcare, for example, where robots are carefully analyzing CT and MRI scans and even performing operations, leaving humans to do what only humans can do. So let's not focus only on the risk that AI entails, but also on the opportunity it brings. And now, Mr. President, I'm keen to hear all the views of all the others in this room. Thank you so much.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Su, for the statement. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Sadir Japarov, President of Kyrgyzstan.
Dear Chairman, President, dear Council members, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me express my sincere appreciation to the President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Jae-myung, for organizing this high-level meeting. I consider the inclusion of this topic in the agenda of the United Nations Security Council to be both timely and highly relevant. Distinguished participants, currently Kyrgyzstan is actively working on the introduction of the AI technologies in public administration and key sectors of the economy. In accordance with the digital transformation concept for 2024-2028, we are implementing a number of initiatives. Among them are the creation of a national artificial intelligence platform, a high-performance computing center, and the development of educational programs for training specialists. In this area, Kyrgyzstan participates in initiatives under the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and is engaged in discussions on joint projects with countries of Central Asia and the Commonwealth of Independent States. Dear Mr. President, Chair, artificial intelligence is becoming one of the most advanced and transformative technologies in the 21st century. It affects all spheres of our lives. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye or ignore the new challenges. These include the militarization of AI, the design and development of autonomous armed systems, cybersecurity threats, and the spread of disinformation. These risks can undermine confidence among members of the international community, jeopardize strategic stability, and potentially lead to new forms of conflict. Kyrgyzstan firmly believes that artificial intelligence technologies should serve exclusively the goals of peace, conflict prevention, and protection of human life. In this regard, we can call for the advancement of international standards and regulations in the field of responsible use of AI. The benefits of these technologies must be available to all countries, not only developed, but also developing ones. Dear colleagues, Kyrgyzstan has put forward its candidacy for non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council for the term 2027-2028. If elected to the Security Council, we are ready to contribute to efforts of the international community to ensure the use of artificial intelligence for peaceful purposes, as well as actively participate in joint initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Japarov for the statement. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdellah Ben Mellouk, General Director of Multilateral Issues of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs was detained at another meeting, and I will read his statement on his behalf. Your President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the Republic of Korea, the President of the Council, for this very timely debate on artificial intelligence as a tool for preserving international peace and security. We are addressing this discussion at a time when rapid technological advancement in the AI realm is profoundly transforming the dynamics of global security. Artificial intelligence can certainly turn out to be a force of upheaval. However, when used responsibly, it provides enormous opportunities. The Kingdom of Morocco is convinced that AI possesses transformative potential as a tool that can bolster efforts in the area of preventing, maintaining, and consolidating peace. As a nation committed to peace, stability, and responsible technological process, Morocco would like to emphasize 4 points. First of all, we must invest in AI systems that are capable of detecting early signs of instability, particularly in the most fragile regions, because early detection allows to prevent conflicts and save lives. Secondly, artificial intelligence must be used to fight digital misinformation by detecting contents such as harmful contexts such as hate speech, disinformation, and incitement to violence. This is particularly important in areas where peacekeeping operations are deployed and where such speech threatens the implementation of mandates as well as the safety and security of blue helmets. Thirdly, we can and we must use the capacities provided by artificial intelligence to manage environmental challenges related to water shortages, droughts, and agricultural system disruptions. Finally, the Security Council, in line with its mandate, could consider a similar approach to that of its Resolution 1540 on weapons of mass destruction when it comes to AI capacities if they were to fall into the hands of terrorist groups and non-state actors. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Morocco reaffirms its commitment to work with all partners for a responsible use of artificial intelligence guided by principles that guarantee respect for international law and ethical considerations, preventing discrimination, equitable access to transfer of technologies, environmental responsibility when it comes to deploying AI infrastructure, and governance that encourages innovation. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Mellouk for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kan Patriot, Secretary of State of Cambodia.
Excellency Lee Jang-myok, President of the Republic of Korea, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to represent the Royal Government of Cambodia at this important open debate on the implication of artificial intelligence for international peace and security. I wish to commend the Republic of Korea for its remarkable leadership as President of the Security Council for this month, and to express my appreciations to the Secretary General and all briefers for their insightful remark. Artificial intelligence is no longer an abstract concept. It is already reshaping the global security landscape. AI holds immense promise in peacekeeping, conflict prevention, humanitarian actions, and post-conflict recovery. Yet, its dual-use nature also presents profound risks. Disinformation campaign, cyber attacks, the development of autonomous weapons, and threat to non-proliferation and human rights. The choice before us is stark. AI can either serve as a catalyst for peace and stability, or as multiplier for insecurity and conflict. Excellency President, ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, permit me to highlight the following key points. First, the safe, ethical, and responsible use of AI must be a global priority. Making responsible AI a worldwide priority is not optional. It is a duty that requires urgent and coordinated global action, rooted in law and ethical norms, driven by cooperation, and guided by a shared commitment to humanity. Cambodia therefore supports establishing a dedicated UN body on AI under Secretary General to ensure effective governance, protect peace, and promote sustainable development in line with the new agenda for peace. Second, AI should be harnessed for peace. When guided responsibly, it can be served as an early warning mechanism, detect conflict pattern, enhance peace process, and strengthen the protection of civilians in peacekeeping. Cambodia also underscored the importance of making AI as a tool for inclusive governance and recovery, particularly in the global south. We call upon the UN member states, the private sector, and academia to prioritize capacity building for developing countries to bridge the technological divide. Third, cooperation indispensable. No country can address the complexity and multifaceted impact of AI alone. Cambodia supports multilateral efforts, including within the United Nations Security Council, to establish common norms, share best practices, and enhance safeguards to ensure that AI contributes to stability, prosperity, and respect for human dignity. Against this backdrop, Cambodia is in the process to formulating its first national artificial intelligence strategy 2025 to 2030, and it has become the fourth country in Southeast Asia to complete a national artificial intelligence readiness assessment, a UNESCO-led AI readiness assessment RAM, and in line with this national digital economy and society framework 21-25. In conclusion, Cambodia reaffirmed its commitment to working with all member states to shape a future where artificial intelligence promotes peace, security, and humanity. We pledge to ensure that the development and use of AI technology follow international law and reflect our shared value, driving a global vision that is inclusive, ethical, and grounded in respect of humanity. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Khan for the statement. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lutfei Siddiqui, Special Envoy on International Affairs to the Chief Advisor of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. The enormous benefits of AI are self-evident. At the same time, the potential perils of AI are pernicious, for which we need appropriate policy responses, both at national and international levels. Mr. President, with the exception of city-states, Bangladesh is the most densely populated country in the world with a large young population. Heavy density means that online disinformation can spread very quickly with serious offline consequences in the physical world, especially when that disinformation is conducted from outside our borders. With weaponized AI, the policy challenges are great unless we work together internationally across borders. The United Nations has the opportunity to ensure that all member states play a constructive role in combating motivated disinformation efforts from across borders. The UN may also play a catalytic role in ensuring greater cooperation between platform companies or technology companies and governments. Member states may also collaborate to share experiences in educating their populations against AI-doctored disinformation. We welcome the ongoing UN and multilateral initiatives, including the Secretary General's call for a global digital compact, the recent launch of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance, and the establishment of an independent international scientific panel. These are crucial not just for peace and security, but also to ensure that the fruits of AI are inclusive to all and the threats from AI protect the most vulnerable of all. Bangladesh is ready and eager to contribute to these initiatives. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Siddiqui for the statement. And now we have the last speaker. I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Martin Prick, Director of the Office Foreign Affairs of the Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, the use of AI tools has become a reality in our daily lives. As with all technologies, it brings potential benefits, but also considerable risks. We must ensure that the development and use of AI tools take place in line with the UN Charter and international law. Mr. President, used responsibly, AI tools can help the humanitarian community refine early warning systems and improve crisis response through better data collection and analysis. In so doing, these tools can also support conflict prevention efforts as well as the efficiency and precision of humanitarian missions. Adhering to international humanitarian law and international human rights law in this context would, in particular, require that such tools are developed, monitored, and implemented in line with principles of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, for example, with the co-ownership of affected communities. Mr. President, the use of AI tools in warfare has resulted in serious violations of international humanitarian law. For example, AI is increasingly used to automate the process of targeting. With human life at stake, algorithmic bias in these tools can result in ethically and legally unacceptable results, without even the hypothetical prospect of accountability. Civilian harm resulting from the use of AI tools demonstrates the need to redouble our efforts to prohibit fully autonomous weapons in international law, in line with the recent call of the Secretary General. Life or death decisions must never be made without human control. Ensuring meaningful human control over AI tools is the bare minimum standard for compliance with international humanitarian and international human rights law, and the only way to ensure that accountability for violations is achievable. Regulation is also needed to ensure that AI tools cannot be used to spread disinformation and hate speech. Such regulation would ideally pave the way to ensure that those who develop or deploy such tools are held accountable for violations they are responsible for, in accordance with applicable international law. Mr. President, malicious cyber operations, including those enabled by AI tools, can cause devastating harm to civilians. and yet there remains a troubling lack of clarity on how international criminal law applies to cyber warfare. While there is broad agreement that international law governs cyberspace, its practical application remains unsettled, especially in the context of accountability for cyber-related atrocities. We therefore wish to draw your attention to the Council of Advisors report on the application of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court to cyber warfare, prepared by Liechtenstein. This report seeks to contribute to a clearer understanding of how the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court applies in the cyber domain, which is essential not only for the court's work, but also for guiding the UN Security Council in its mandate to refer situations involving the commission of the most serious crimes under international law. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Brick for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend this meeting until tomorrow, 25 September at 3 p.m. This meeting is suspended.
Our challenges disregard borders, climate, pandemics, migrations, markets. All this exceeds the capacity of a single isolated state. No wall, no closed door, no barriers can lastingly protect against the storm, a virus, or the despair of those who migrate. The only protection is collective action. It is multilateralism. Thirdly, sustainable development is also a moral debt that we have towards our children. Will we leave them a planet that is in an environmental that is environmentally unsustainable? Will we condemn them to this as they begin their life as adults, or will we leave them a world that is more just, more green, more dignified? This is the choice that awaits us, Madam President. For a world that is more just, the Central African Republic would like to chart a path of hope by sharing three suggestions that are not simply technical proposals, but rather an entire choice of civilization. First of all, we need to imagine a global initiative for the rebuilding of the most fragile states in a world that leaves some of its members shattered. We cannot claim to seek universal peace. Nations broken by conflicts must not be left alone to heal their wounds. They need the international community to help them get back on their feet, to support them, to restore their trust. Investing in institutional reconstruction means refusing the endless cycle of war and despair. Now, this rebuilding of institutions must be followed by a powerful commitment to our planet. This is why we call for a UN pact for the protection of critical ecosystems, a pact that links climate, biodiversity, and human rights. Destroying a forest not only means cutting down trees, it means erasing cultures, it means threatening lives and paving the way for future crises. Protecting nature is protecting peace. Lastly, the time has come for ambitious dreams for Africa. That is the idea behind a green corridor, a development corridor in Central Africa, which brings together modern infrastructure, clean energies, and regional integration. From Bangui to Kinshasa, from Douala to Libreville, this corridor would be a bridge between our peoples and a promise of the future for all of humankind. Because Africa is not a continent that needs simply help. It's a continent that is awaiting courageous partnerships. The role of Africa in the community of nations must be respected. Sovereignty rather than subordination. Partnership rather than exploitation. It is unacceptable that poverty is worsening in Africa while wealth is accumulating in the northern countries. It's time for the injustices caused Africa to be repaired. That is why the Central African Republic supports the Pan-African Initiative on Reparations, as well as the efforts of the continent aimed at establishing a respectful and equitable dialogue with partners. Along these lines, my country supports the initiative for global governance launched on the 1st of September of this year by China, and that is the continuation of global initiatives for development, security, and civilization, stressing the need for the development of a more just and more equitable system of international governance. Madam President, we all agree on the principle of sustainable development. However, two obstacles stand in that way: financing and the distribution of responsibilities between the North and the South. On these 2 points, it's time for us to speak the truth. Each one should bear the burden based on their historic responsibilities, because solidarity is not a moral option, it is a political obligation. That political obligation implies that sustainable development is the very condition of our common future. The Central African Republic, in spite of its modest means, but strong with its unshakable political determination, is ready to take its place in this collective combat. We know that we're vulnerable. However, we also know that our vulnerability gives us a single voice, a voice that reminds the world that peace, justice, and solidarity are not mere far-off promises, but rather urgent choices to be made here and today. On this 80th anniversary, the Central African Republic reaffirms its unshakable attachment to the values embodied by the United Nations. However, we would like to underscore that these values cannot be ensured without a profound reform of the multilateral system, and in particular of the United Nations Security Council. Its current composition has become obsolete and even illegitimate. 80 years ago, when the United Nations was born, Africa was not free. Most of our countries still were living under colonial control. Our voice did not count at the time. Today, Africa is 1,400,000,000 inhabitants. In 30 years, there'll be 2,500,000,000. 1 human being in 4 will be African. Africa will be the youngest continent, and the one that will play a decisive role throughout the century. And yet, not a single permanent seat in the Security Council belongs to Africa, not a single one. How can we speak of international justice and security when the continent of tomorrow is treated as though it was the continent of the past? The Central African Republic brings to you the voice of Africa to say, enough. Africa must have 2 permanent seats with the right to veto, not as a favor to it, but as a measure of justice, not as a privilege, but as a need. We propose also the establishment of a global charter for digital governance and ethical artificial intelligence so that human rights are protected in the digital sphere. We call on the establishment of a global index of equity and democratic resilience, in addition to GDP, to measure dignity, to measure justice and inclusion. My country's already acting within its means. We have validated our third national report on Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security. We have updated our follow-up plan of Beijing Plus 30. We're strengthening national accountability mechanisms to put women, young people, and the most vulnerable at the heart of public policies. On this 80th anniversary of the UN, let us recall the vision of its founders to substitute the force of the powerful by the force of law and to build a future of dignity for all. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le président de la République centrafricaine.
I thank the President of the Central African Republic.
Excellence, l'Assemblée.
Excellency, the Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Bajram Begai, President of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Honorable and Excellencies, it's an honor for me to address the General Assembly today on behalf of the Republic of Albania on this important anniversary of the United Nations. It is also a special, significant moment for my country as we mark the 70th anniversary of our membership in the United Nations. I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly, Her Excellency, Ms. Annalena Baerbock, for choosing this meaningful theme, Better Together, and extend to her best wishes for her success in her esteemed role presiding over the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also would like to express my gratitude to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his leadership, for his service to the United Nations, and for his unwavering commitment to upholding the UN Charter and its core values. Ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations is a powerful reminder of the vision that inspired the creation of a world in which nations choose dialogue and cooperation. It is also an opportunity to renew our commitment to the values embodied in the UN Charter: peace, equality, and cooperation among nations, to choose cooperation over conflict, dialogue over division, and solidarity over indifference. For the Republic of Albania, the United Nations has been and continues to be the universal platform for dialogue, giving every country, large or small, a voice in shaping our shared future. Its achievements are undeniable: the prevention of conflicts, the advancement of human rights, and the provision of humanitarian aid to millions. Yet, in the context of today's global crisis, it is natural to demand more from these organizations and more from ourselves. This is the moment to renew our commitment to ensuring that the UN continues to serve as the foundation of peace, justice, and solidarity, not just for us, but for future generations. Albania believes that global challenges, from conflicts and terrorism to climate change, artificial intelligence, and economic insecurity, are not only complex, but are also deeply interconnected. Humanity, therefore, needs more multilateral cooperation. As a member of the United Nations, a member of NATO, and a proud European nation, the Republic of Albania is well positioned to contribute to the strengthening of international peace and security. We support a global order in which conflicts are resolved through sustainability. Societies are strengthened by solidarity, and peace is built and maintained on the foundations of trust, cooperation, and progress. Albania remains firmly committed to the UN Charter and will continue to contribute to peacekeeping missions, humanitarian efforts, and the building of a world in which disagreements are resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. Madam President, for nearly 4 years, our organization's credibility has been tested by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Albania has stood in full support of Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and has consistently condemned Russia's violations of the United Nations Charter and international law. We condemn Russia's continued attacks across all of Ukraine. At the same time, we recognize and value diplomatic efforts under the leadership of President Trump aimed at achieving a just and lasting peace in full respect of Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Albania is equally committed to peace, security, and stability in the Middle East. The war in Gaza must end. All hostages must be released immediately, and the dire humanitarian situation must be addressed urgently. We express our support for the efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar in implementing the ceasefire agreement in all its phases, with the aim of reaching a permanent end to hostilities, remain committed to a sustainable peace between Israel and Palestine, one that provides a better future in security and prosperity for Palestinians, Israelis, and all the peoples of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, Albania actively promotes dialogue and good neighborly relations and regional integration as the only path towards sustainable stability and prosperity. Our vision is peaceful integration, sustainable development, and preservation of democratic values. We believe that the future of our region lies in cooperation, not conflict, in shared progress, not rivalry. In this spirit, Albania stands ready to cooperate with all its neighbors to ensure that the Western Balkans becomes a zone of peace, development, and opportunity, contributing positively to Europe and to the wider international community. The newest state in our region, the Republic of Kosovo, is increasingly contributing to peace, dialogue, and coexistence in the Western Balkans. 17 years after declaring its independence, Kosovo has demonstrated through its actions that it is a responsible member of the international community, committed to peace, stability, and democratic values, with strong institutions and a vibrant population. Its contribution to regional and broader cooperation is undeniable. And yet, Kosovo's seat in this assembly remains unjustly empty. Recognition of Kosovo's independence and support for its membership in the United Nations and other international organizations is an act of justice, a step towards consolidating the peace in the Western Balkans. Albania calls for the rights of Albanians in the Preševa Valley to be respected, that they not be discriminated against, but rather integrated, that the Albanian language be used, and that their culture, values, identity, and traditions be protected and promoted. Madam President, my country's journey from isolation to Euro-Atlantic integration, from dictatorship to freedom and human rights, proves that dialogue, partnership, and shared values can transform societies. Today, Albania is closer than ever to realizing its long-held dream of joining the European Union. Following the opening of accession negotiations, We are advancing our reforms at full speed, aiming to complete the negotiations by 2027 and become a full member of the EU by 2030. Our path toward the EU is not merely a political ambition. It is deeply rooted in the values we uphold: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Albania has understood that the prosperity and well-being of its citizens are closely linked to tangible progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We are investing in clean energy, strengthening climate resilience, advancing digital transformation, and working to ensure that no one is left behind. Our efforts are focused on education, healthcare, gender equality, and youth empowerment because inclusion is the only path to sustainable development. Last year, we endorsed the Pact for the Future as a guiding framework to revive multilateral cooperation. Now, we must turn words into action, turning commitments into concrete progress on peace and security, sustainable development, climate, digital cooperation, and protection of human rights. The Republic of Albania stands ready to work with all member states to ensure that the Pact for the Future becomes a guiding light for a fair, more sustainable, and more united world. We will lead by example by integrating the Pact into our next voluntary national review. Excellencies, distinguished participants, climate change is the defining challenge of our century, and Albania is committed to the transition to clean energy and environmental protection. Recurring floods, fires, and droughts remind us that we must strengthen global commitments, mobilize funding, and ensure that no one is left behind. In recent years, we have witnessed the rapid spread of digital technologies. Technological progress is valuable only when it advances in a parallel with human progress. We must remain faithful to our values, placing technology at the service of humanity. No matter how advanced, the problems of this world cannot be solved by artificial intelligence alone, but by human intelligence and compassion. The digital age must be guided by international cooperation, ethical standards, and respect for human rights. For Albania, digital transformation is a national priority. We have undertaken ambitious reforms to digitize public services, increase transparency, and fight corruption. Albania is proud to co-lead with Kenya the review process of the World Summit on the Information Society and will work with all member states to ensure a successful outcome. Madam President, human rights and the dignity of every individual must remain at the heart of our mission. Albania has demonstrated through its democratic transformation that societies thrive when individual freedoms are protected, when women and youth are empowered, and when diversity is embraced as a strength. We are honored to bring our experience to the Human Rights Council, where we have worked tirelessly to promote the universality of human rights and the indivisibility of all freedoms. During our mandate, we have focused on protecting vulnerable groups, advancing gender equality, and defending the rights of those most at risk of violation. We will continue to raise our voice against discrimination, intolerance, and violence whenever they occur. Albania is proud of the progress it has made in advancing gender equality, not only as a moral obligation, but as a driver of societal development. Today, women hold some of the highest offices in our country, in and outside of the country, and works closely with partners to make equality a tangible reality for all. No country can envision a better future without placing youth at the heart of national strategies. Through reforms in education, digital transformation, and employment, Albania is working to expand opportunities for young people to learn, innovate, and participate fully in society. We believe that investing in youth is the most effective investment for peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. So it's under our obligation as a generation that inherited 80 years of peace and progress to ensure that we give our children the condition to live in a world of safety, dignity, cooperation, and advancement. Together, let us choose to make this session the moment we embrace unity, responsibility. The moment we chose responsibility and chose courage. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à...
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Albania. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with solemnity and also with my faith intact in the ideals of the United Nations that I speak to you today. We have gathered here at a time of upheaval, at a time when our collective responsibility has never been so great. We are living in a period that is characterized by increased tensions, by multiple threats and deep divisions, and yet never has the world been so in need of unity, cooperation, and dialogue. What is at stake here is not only peace or development. Indeed, it is the very future of multilateralism and of this precious humanity that all of us share in common. 80 years ago, in the wake of the horrors of the Second World War, the founders of the United Nations met and came together with the firm intention of crafting a fair and sustainable international order. They dreamed of a world where cooperation and solidarity would be the most important words, a world where diplomacy and dialogue would replace violent conflicts. Their plans were ambitious. They remain fully relevant. The United Nations was founded upon a foundation of two major principles: international solidarity, that is, the belief that the destiny of nations is inextricably intertwined with that of others, and that only a collective effort can allow global challenges to be overcome. Multilateralism, or the acknowledgement that every nation, be it great or small, must have a place, a voice in international affairs, and that only collective action can guarantee a lasting peace. Regrettably, 80 years after its inception, our organization faces a disturbing resurgence of armed conflicts the world over. In so many places, the language of weapons has won out over good sense and diplomacy. This is the failure of our collective promise, that of forging a world free from the scourge of war. It is also the sign of a weakened international system, sometimes a powerless international system, faced with the logic of confrontation. Today, we must reaffirm the primacy of law in international affairs and the need for a global order that is based not only on the force of weapons, but on established rules and rules that are shared in common. The United Nations must once more become an effective tool for conflict prevention and mediation. As an actor committed to peace and justice that works for friendship among all the peoples of the world, the Congo supports peaceful coexistence, reciprocal tolerance, and mutual understanding. This is why in the Middle East, my country is a staunch supporter of the two-state solution. An Israeli and Palestinian state living side by side in peace. In the Caribbean, my country will continue to support the Cuban people, exhausted by decades of an embargo which is today incomprehensible. Trade tensions, technological and geopolitical tensions among great powers, which we are witnessing today, are clearly fragmenting our world and fueling distrust among nations. They are weakening international chains of solidarity, and they are undermining our capacity to tackle together the great global challenges with serious repercussions for the economies of developing countries. This is illustrated, inter alia, by instability on the markets, by increasing commodities prices, and through recurrent disturbances in supply chains. Now, as understandable as it may be, economic competition must not transform into systemic confrontation. One of the greatest successes of the United Nations was undeniably establishing a sound platform for cooperation among nations. But today, this multilateralism is under threat by national egotism and by unilateral policies, which are a source of harmful diplomatic crises. This tendency needs to be rolled back. This is because the global challenges that we face, in particular climate change, pandemics, and food insecurity, require a global response that shows solidarity, coherence, and which is concerted. The Republic of the Congo firmly believes that a stronger and more effective United Nations is the crucial condition for preserving peace and guaranteeing sustainable development. Hence, we call for a reform of its bodies, starting with its Security Council. This so as to make these bodies more representative, more transparent, and closer to the realities of our world. One can see clearly that the Security Council in its current composition no longer reflects the geopolitical balance of our world. Thus, the urgent need to reform it, not in theory, but in practice. Africa cannot remain marginalized. This is a continent with more than 1,400,000,000 residents. It is a continent of the future, of the youth, of potential, for which today we need to ensure full and complete participation in global decision-making. I wish to state forcefully, Africa deserves permanent representation on the United Nations Security Council. Not as the beneficiary of a favor, but as a legitimate partner. This is the solemn call that the Republic of the Congo wishes to sound from this high rostrum. We must invent a smarter multilateralism, a more effective multilateralism, one that is closer to the aspirations of the people and one that is more representative of the realities of the 21st century. This multilateralism also needs to be made manifest through concrete acts, through tangible results, and through sustainable solutions. The peoples of the world will not judge us by our speech, but rather by what we succeed in accomplishing together. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, there can be no lasting peace without development, and the opposite is true as well. Poverty, inequality, youth unemployment, exclusion. This is the ground that produces frustration, instability, and violent extremism. We must honor our commitments for the financing of the Sustainable Development Goals and put an end to the machinery that strangles vulnerable economies, such as unsustainable debt or unfair trade rules. International solidarity remains vital to allow for developing countries to successfully weather their transition toward a more prosperous future. This is the reason why we need to invest massively in education, in health, agriculture, infrastructure, new technologies, artificial intelligence, inter alia. The climate is a very big challenge today. It goes beyond all borders, beyond all divisions, and beyond all ideologies. It is already striking our cities, our countrysides, and our ecosystems. It is exacerbating conflicts, destroying cultures that have been around for millennia. And it is compelling entire families to tread the path of exile. Faced with this, we don't have the right to act in scattershot fashion. We need to close ranks with solidarity and with resolve. This means respecting the commitments of the Paris Agreement. It means massive support for the adaptation of the most vulnerable countries. And it means a deep transformation of our means of production, consumption, and financing. This is the opportunity to hail the adoption by the United Nations General Assembly of the resolution on the global decade for forestation and reforestation, which my country initiated, as one of the solutions conducive to making inroads in our common struggle to preserve the environment and to mitigate the ravages of climate change. The climate must not become a new factor that divides the North and the South. It must be a factor for global unity, a means of solidarity throughout the planet, and a vehicle for shared hope. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when the nations of the world face serious challenges, some of these challenges are clearly existential in terms of their repercussions. And now, something new and disturbing is unfolding, an arms race. Global military spending today has reached record levels, even while millions of human beings live in extreme poverty with reduced access to drinking water, reduced access to quality education and primary health care. Disarmament treaties have been called into question, while the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, in particular nuclear weapons, is becoming again a central concern. This is a dangerous slide in every way. It is not making our world any safer. Quite the contrary. It is exposing the world to the most serious jeopardy, including the risk of a generalized conflagration, which could rage out of control completely. Faithful to its commitment to peace and international security, the Republic of the Congo reiterates its call for global disarmament. The time has come for all of us to invest in searching for solutions that strengthen our collective security, stability, and the prosperity of all peoples. This instead of fueling the vicious and destructive cycle of conflicts and violence. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in this unstable world, many people are in doubt today. Many people are asking questions. They're asking, is the United Nations still useful? Is the United Nations still good for anything? For them, I wish to respond from this high rostrum and say clearly, yes, yes, the United Nations is crucial, but provided one condition is met, namely that the United Nations succeeds in evolving, in reforming itself, in moving closer to the people, and provided it responds concretely to the myriad challenges of the present moment. We are not condemned to war, to retreat, and to distrust. We still have the choice of courage, solidarity, and responsibility. Therefore, together, united in diversity, let us bring to life the founding promises of our organization, namely peace, dignity, and progress. Let us not allow history to be made without us. I thank you.
Of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Congo. Now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andry Nirina Rojolina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. I request kindly the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President of the 80th General Assembly of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. It is with sincere emotion that I represent my country, Madagascar, at our General Assembly at the United Nations in this temple of multilateralism, which is our common home. We are celebrating this year the 80th year anniversary of our organization. 80 years. 80 years of keeping the flame burning, the flame of unity, of establishing peace to craft a fair world with solidarity. 80 years of the United Nations is a stage rather than an ending point. And here in this symbolic place at the General Assembly of the United Nations, it is here that we are discussing, proposing, and deciding on the main guiding lines for a peaceful and prosperous world. And it is here that we are looking for and finding solutions to conflicts, and we're finding an answer to crises. It is here in this very place that we are sketching out the path of our common future. Allow me to extend my warm congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock for her election as President of this 80th General Assembly. Madam President, I wish to wish you every success as you implement your mandate. Rest assured that you will have the full support of Madagascar as you carry out your mission. I also wish to hail the Secretary General of the United Nations, whose commitment and leadership remind us of our mission, which is to put human beings at the heart of all of our actions. Ladies and gentlemen, the UN has always conveyed an ideal, that of forging a world together, a world of peace, justice, and hope. The topic chosen this year, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, reminds us that for several decades, the United Nations has been bringing people and nations together to promote peace, foster development, and protect human rights. Today, more than ever, we must reaffirm our collective commitment to build a future of solidarity to overcome challenges, because by pooling our efforts, we can transform the hopes of humanity into reality for everyone. This theme gets to the heart of our priorities, and this is why, since the proclamation of our independence 65 years ago, Madagascar joined the United Nations. This shows my country's belief in the ideals of peace, solidarity, and cooperation among people, the ideals championed in the Charter. Today, to further strengthen this conviction and in order to ensure the continuity of the work of the United Nations in Madagascar, we are going to provide several thousand square meters of office space so as to host a hub for a larger presence of the United Nations on the territory of Madagascar. The challenges have evolved, but we have continued to appreciate the force of this heritage and the need to adapt to everyday realities. It should suffice to mention economic divides, inequality, and above all, the impacts of climate change. All of these threats imperil peace in our societies, and they require strong common measures. One of the challenges of our time is that of development, which is so much desired by our peoples. The mission of leaders is to set up the conditions needed for every citizen to contribute to national development. This requires a vision grounded in the understanding of the realities of the country by using its assets and overcoming its difficulties. Madagascar, like many African countries, has rich, abundant natural resources, and yet our development has been slowed for too long. And it is this delay that we are overcoming today with the projects and the programs that we are undertaking to transform our country. We need to seize our destiny, and we need to be the architects of historic change. We refuse to give in to fatalism, and we are committing to act with resolve and with conviction, with a spirit of inclusivity and this spirit of sharing. I am addressing you today. I'm speaking not only on behalf of Madagascar, but I'm also speaking on behalf of a continent and our organization. I am conveying to you the voice of SADC, the South African Development Community, which has 16 countries of Southern Africa in it, and I am serving as the president of this regional organization now. Our goal is to promote industrialization, the transformation of the agricultural system, and the energy transition so as to make our countries and our peoples more resilient. Clear-sighted and forward-looking, this goal shows our common ambition to strengthen our economies, to leverage our resources and ensure the well-being of our populations. It is a pact. It is a commitment. It is a roadmap of a region which wants to write its own destiny with its own hand and for its people. Today, in the world we are living in, wars are present in several forms. There are armed wars, which are visible and bloody, which destroy infrastructure, entire cities, and even claim the lives of innocent people. But there are also wars against pandemics, like against COVID-19, which we faced together. That was a global battle that cost more than 14 million people their lives. And at present, there is another form of war. There is an economic and trade war. This war is more silent, but it can be destructive because its impact can deprive millions of people of income, jobs, and future. What do all these wars have in common? Well, they kill people directly or indirectly. They make our societies more fragile, and they threaten peace and human dignity. This is why we need to remain watchful. Today, there's a subject that is at the very center of the news, which is of particular relevance for us, because among the 16 countries of SADC, that's the South African Development Community, 14 of those countries are beneficiaries of the AGOA program, the AGOA program. The AGOA program, I'll recall, is an American initiative that allows African countries preferential access to U.S. markets by fostering duty-free exports and by fostering commercial exchange. And just for the SADC region alone, this program means 358,000 direct jobs, which are currently in jeopardy. 60% of them are in the textile sector, and the rest of them are spread out among various sectors. The non-renewal of the AGOA will have serious social consequences. The employability of thousands of young people and the economic momentum of our nations will be under threat. Because today, thanks to AGOA, the countries of SADC export more than 11 billion US dollars annually to the United States. Behind this figure, there are more than 1.7 million people that are affected. Therefore, if AGOA disappears, then that will be over 700,000 direct and indirect jobs that will be lost in the Southern African region alone. And behind every one of these jobs, there's a woman who is feeding her children. There's a young person continuing their studies, and there is a family which is maintaining hope. So AGOA, that's not only a simple trade law. It is faces, lives, entire communities that are fighting every day for their dignity. Thus, as the acting president of SADC, I want to solemnly request the renewal of AGOA so as to avoid economic and social consequences that would be disastrous. I therefore wish to sound an appeal to our American partners. Let us together choose stability, hope, and dignity. I advocate for the continuation of a sustainable partnership between the United States and the African continent. Preserving AGOA, that means preserving social peace in the countries that depend on it. It also means protecting 20 years of progress. It means guaranteeing a better future for our families and our youth. We want fair trade, we want equitable partnerships, and we want shared prosperity. We're speaking of this here in the concert of nations. We're speaking of peace and security. Thus, solidarity among nations should not only be promises, should not only be speeches, but it needs to be made manifest by commitments that guarantee the everyday lives of millions of families throughout the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, our vision is clear: developing our country through the promotion of industrialization, producing and processing locally everything that our people need. We need to reduce imports, innovate, build factories and value chains that are capable of generating decent, lasting jobs. In Madagascar, over the last 5 years, we have moved forward by building infrastructure and semi-industrial parks throughout our territory so as to spur growth. I firmly believe that development requires investment, relying on the potential of every country, its human capital, and the political will of its leaders. Furthermore, the agricultural transformation is the key to combating poverty, for our food security is the foundation of our economic independence. Therefore, let us plant today the seeds of prosperity and autonomy so that tomorrow our people can feed themselves. In Madagascar, in the area of agriculture, we have supported the transformation and the sale of local products. We have started the process of mechanizing our agriculture, and we provided assistance to our farmers by providing them with seeds, with improved seeds and inputs. Our goal is to double or even triple agricultural yields, moving from 3 to 9 tons per hectare so as to achieve food sufficiency. Ultimately, there is no development without reliable, accessible, and affordable energy. In Madagascar, we are in the process of accelerating the energy transition to achieve energy production that is 70% green by 2028. In order to do this, we are going to tap our massive capacity that we have in solar, wind, and hydroelectric energy. As you know, today, still in many African countries like Madagascar, the production of electricity relies mainly on thermal plants. This dependency on fossil fuels has an enormous economic cost. Thus, investing in renewable energies is not only an obligation, but it is a duty for a sustainable, inclusive future. In 6 years alone, the rate of access to electricity in my country moved from 24% to 40%. Major headway has been made, but we are aware that much remains to be done. We're going to further step up our efforts to increase the production of clean energy so that isolated rural populations are not left behind. In this context, the collaboration with the United Nations system is playing a crucial role by prioritizing impactful projects for rural communities. These initiatives are illustrative of the desire to build an energy future that is more equitable, sustainable, and innovative. And finally, building modern infrastructure. That is an essential stage for the economic and touristic development of the country. From the east to the west, from the north to the south, Madagascar is transforming. We've started the project of building the first highway of our country that links Antananarivo to the large port in the east of the island. We've modernized public transport in our capital through building cable cars and by establishing urban trains. This has unburdened the city by transporting more than 40,000 passengers every day at full capacity, thus taking 2,000 vehicles out of traffic on a daily basis. Furthermore, we have strengthened the presence of the state in all of the areas of our country, above all in the hardest to reach areas. We've done this through building infrastructure that is close to the people and infrastructure that the people needs. We have built thousands of social housing units. We've modernized healthcare by building public hospitals and healthcare centers throughout our national territory. Our country only had 16 university hospital centers in 2018, but we've tripled that number by building 30 new hospitals in only 6 years. We are bolstering the entrepreneurship of young people and women to ensure their empowerment. We've built stadiums and sporting facilities, which have become places for cohesion, national pride, and emancipation for young people. Furthermore, we held the Youth Connect Summit in November. We'll be doing that in November, and that will fit into the framework of this commitment for the youth through equality and inclusion. And we want to invite everyone to participate in this event in great numbers. Finally, from the standpoint of social protection, over $250 million has been transferred directly to the most vulnerable families to improve their everyday lives. These achievements convey our desire to build a country that shows solidarity, a country that is connected and looks toward the future. But the demographic issue remains a variable that needs to enter the equation. We need to change the structure of the population because the current demographic growth is out of proportion to our economic growth. In some regions, young girls who are under the age of 18 are already mothers, and the majority of women have an average of 5 or even 8 children to take care of. They have more difficulty feeding them, bringing them up, caring for them, and educating them properly. This is why we have intensified our family planning program in order to get the birth rate under control and transform a population which is currently dependent into a population that is active and economically productive. Demography is thus becoming an asset for Madagascar and not an impediment to development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, we need to offer a better future to our children. So we need to protect the planet that is their home. Madagascar is a sanctuary of nature with 5% of its global biodiversity and 80% of endemic species. We absolutely need to protect this biodiversity. And like other areas of the world, these treasures are in jeopardy. Faced with deforestation and climate challenges, island countries like ours are undergoing the consequences of planetary warming. Cyclones have become increasingly frequent, coming one after another, and they're more and more devastating. Flooding has destroyed our fields, and it has threatened our harvests and the incomes of our farmers. Madagascar is one of the countries that is the victim of the repercussions of climate change. Our planet is burning, our ecosystems are degrading, while action and financing is not forthcoming. It is high time to move to action. We all know the facts. Right now, let us act together. This is why we wish to sound a call once more for climate justice, so that polluting countries can live up to their responsibilities, and so that the promised financing for adaptation is actually provided, so these promises are kept. We reaffirm our commitment to the preservation of this common heritage with a program of massive reforestation by planting millions of trees every year. Thus, Madagascar joined the coalition of carbon neutral countries known as G0, and we are positioning ourselves as a model actor. We've also strengthened the protection of our protected areas. Our ambition is to restore our forests and develop the green and blue economy. Excellencies, dear leaders, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, here and now from this august rostrum, I call for unity and action. This is not a time for reflecting. It is a time for concerted strategies. This is not the time for dependency, but rather for sovereign affirmation. This is not a time for sluggishness, but rather for acceleration, for boldness, and for effectiveness, our mission. This is our reason for being. It is our destiny, a destiny that aims to improve the everyday lives of citizens and which affects every life, every child, every mother. Therefore, we need to ask a question. What world will we choose for our children and for the future of succeeding generations? For my people, for progress, I will never stop bringing to bear all the ways and means possible to accelerate the transformation of my country. We need to go farther. We need to go faster with courage and hope. Yes, the task is huge and the aspirations of the population are great, but we know one thing: division is not a solution. Conflicts brings rise to instability. So let's choose unity, solidarity. Let us choose to build rather than to destroy, because every child has the right to dream, and every people has the right to hope. So let's move together, united, upright together. Let's move toward the world that we want. I have a dream for my country, for Madagascar, for Southern Africa, for the African continent, and for all of the voices that are not heard very often. The dream of a future where peace always wins out over war, where development benefits every human being, where fundamental rights are never up for negotiation, and where nature is preserved as our most sacred heritage. So, yes, we will be better together for peace, for development, and for future generations. Because history has shown us that when we choose unity, we combat instability. When we cultivate solidarity, we plant the seeds of prosperity. So may the 8 next decades be marked by a global governance that is more fair, more inclusive, and more effective. Long live the United Nations, long live cooperation among peoples, and long live Madagascar.
Que Dieu nous bénisse.
May God bless us. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Madagascar. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. The chaos that shadows our world is a reminder that we cannot afford the luxury of inaction. We have been consumed by our differences had there been no community such as this to remind us that we are one human family. Even in our darkest hours, we have refused to be broken. This community was born from the ashes of despair, a vehicle for order, and for the shared assurance that we could not afford to falter again. Our belief in this community is not a posture of moral superiority, but an undying faith in the redemption of humanity. It is, therefore, with profound humility that I stand before you today as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to renew this pledge on behalf of my country. Madam President, Nigeria joins the Committee of Nations in congratulating you on your election as the President of the General Assembly for the 80th session, and I assure you of our unalloyed support during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, my brother, His Excellency Philemon Yang, and the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for their outstanding stewardship and unifying leadership during these extraordinary times. This anniversary must not be a sentimental retreat into nostalgia. It must be a moment of truth, a pause to measure where we have stumbled and how we might have done better in turning our values into action that meets the demands of today. We are here to deliver a world of peace and development where the respect for human rights is paramount. We must recalibrate the delicate balance between our roles as sovereign governments and our duties as collective partners to renew multilateralism in a world that has evolved far beyond what it was in 1945. The pace of change across borders is a force without pause. It manifests in the tools of technology, in the movements of information and finance, in the corrosive ideologies that preach violence and division, in the gathering storm of the climate emergency, and in the tide of irregular migration. We must own this process of change. When we speak of nuclear disarmament, the proliferation of small weapons, Security Council reform, fair access to trade and finance, and the conflicts and human suffering across the world, we must recognize the truth. These are stains on our collective humanity. For all our careful diplomatic language, the slow pace of progress on these hardy perennials of the UN General Assembly debate has led some to look away from the multilateral model. Some years ago, I noticed a shift at this gathering. Key events were beginning to take place outside this hall, and the most sought-after voices were no longer heads of state. These are indeed troubling times. Nigeria remains firmly convinced of the merits of multilateralism. But to sustain that conviction, we must show that existing structures are not set in stone. We must make real change, change that works, and change that is seen to work. If we fail, the direction of travel is already predictable. We are here to strengthen the prospects for peace, development, and human rights. Madam President, I want to make 4 points today to outline how we can do this. 1, Nigeria must have a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. This should take place. This should take place as part of a wider process of institutional reform. 2, we need urgent action to promote sovereign debt relief and access to trade and financing. 3, countries that host minerals must benefit from those minerals. And 4th, the digital divide must close. As our friend the Secretary General has said, AI must stand for Africa included. On my first point, the United Nations will recover its relevance only when it reflects the world as it is, not as it was. Nigeria's journey tells this story with clarity. When the UN was founded, we were a colony of 20 million people, absent from the tables where decisions about our fate were taken. Today, we are a sovereign nation of 236 million people, projected to be the third most populous country in the world, with one of the youngest and most dynamic populations on Earth, a stabilizing force in regional security, and a consistent partner in global peacemaking. Our case for permanent seat at the Security Council is a demand for fairness, for representation, and for reform that restores credibility to the very institution upon which the hope of multilateralism rests. This is why Nigeria stands firmly behind the UN-80 initiative of the UN Secretary General and the resolution adopted by this Assembly on 18 July 2025, a bold step to reform the wider United Nations system for greater relevance, efficiency, and effectiveness in the face of unprecedented financial strain. We support the drive to rationalize structures and end the duplication of responsibilities and programs so that this institution may speak with one voice and act with greater coherence. Madam President, Africa, none of us in this world can function peacefully in isolation. This is the heavy burden of sovereignty. Sovereignty is a covenant of shared responsibility, a recognition that our survival is bound to the survival of others. To live up to this charge, we must work hand in hand with our neighbors and partners. We must follow the trails of weapons, of money, and of people. For these forces, too often driven by faceless non-state actors, ignite the fires of conflict across our region. Madam President, Nigeria's soldiers and civilians carry a proud legacy. They have participated in 51 out of 60 United Nations peacekeeping operations since our independence in 1960. We have stood with our partners in Africa to resolve conflicts, and we continue that commitment today through the multinational Joint Task Force. At home, we confront the scourge of insurgency we resolve. From this long and difficult struggle with violent extremism, one truth stands clear. Military tactics may win battles measured in months and years, but in wars that span generations, it is values and ideas that deliver the ultimate victory. We are despised by terrorists because we choose tolerance over tyranny. Their ambition is to divide us and to poison our humanity with a toxic rhetoric of hate. Our difference is the distance between shadow and light, between despair and hope, between the ruin of anarchy and the promise of order. We do not only fight wars, we pit and shelter the innocent victims of war. This is why we are not indifferent to the devastations of our neighbors near and distant. This is why we speak of the violence and aggression visited upon innocent civilians in Gaza, the illegal attack on Qatar, and the tensions that scar the wider region. It is not only because of the culture of impunity that makes such acts intolerable, but because our own bitter experience has taught us that such violence never ends where it begins. We do not believe that the sanctity of human life should be trapped in the corridors of endless debate. That is why we say, without stuttering and without doubt, that a two-state solution remains the most dignified path to lasting peace for the people of Palestine. For too long, this community has borne the weight of moral conflict. For too long, we have been caught in the crossfire of violence that offends the conscience of humanity. We come not as partisans, but as peacemakers. We come as brothers and sisters of a shared wall, a wall that must never reduce the right to live into the currency of devious politics. The people of Palestine are not collateral damage in a civilization searching for order. They are human beings, equal in worth, entitled to the same freedoms and dignities that the rest of us take for granted. We want to make the choice crystal clear. Civilized values over fear. Civilized values over vengeance. Civilized values over bloodshed. We show the opportunities that peace brings, just as the extremists hope to drive apart rival communities and different religions. We work through multilateral platforms within the rule of law to build the consensus and support that makes this immensely difficult and dangerous task that much easier. This is how we deny our enemies the space they crave to fuel tension and despair. It is our experience that this offers the best, perhaps only hope for peace, reconciliation, and victory for the civilized values of a shared humanity. Nigeria is a diverse country, also recognizes the variable geometry of democracy in different forms and speeds. For this reason, we are working with the United Nations to strengthen democratic institutions in our region and beyond through the Regional Partnership for Democracy. Madam President, point 2. The price of peace is eternal vigilance. The increasingly difficult security outlook has prompted many member states to count the cost of the emerging world order. We in Nigeria are already familiar with so difficult choices: infrastructure renewal or defense platforms, schools or tanks. Our view is that the path to sustainable peace lies in growth and prosperity. The government has taken difficult but necessary steps to restructure our economy and remove distortions, including subsidies and currency controls that benefited the few at the expense of the many. I believe in the power of the market to transform. Our task is to enable and facilitate and to trust in the ingenuity and enterprise of the people. But the process of transition is difficult and brings unavoidable hardship. This year, we held the inaugural West African Economic Summit in Abuja to bring investors and opportunities together. The results far exceeded our expectations and are a clear indication of what innovation can deliver. It is in that same spirit of dynamic review that I invite the United Nations to re-examine the best use of scarce resources. One critical area is climate change. It is not an abstract issue about an indeterminate fate to be settled at some distant point in the future. It is not even solely an environmental issue. It is about national, regional, and international security. It is about irregular migration. Truly, this is an everyone issue. We are all stakeholders, and we are all beneficiaries of the best outcomes. Madam President, this is why relevant ministers have been instructed to work with the UN to make the best use of climate funds. We believe there are huge shared dividends to accrue from increased support for education, for resilient housing, for access to technology and financing to allow vulnerable communities to thrive, to become part of solutions rather than problems. Nigeria and Africa have made significant strides in recent years to put our affairs in order. We can take that progress to the next level, a level that presents new opportunities for trade, investment, and profit, if we can assess reforms to strengthen the international financial architecture. We need urgent action to promote debt relief, not as an act of charity, but as a clear path to the peace and prosperity that benefits us all. I'm calling for new and binding mechanism to manage sovereign debt, a sort of international court of justice for money that will allow emerging economies to escape the economic straitjacket of primary production of unprocessed exports. It has been over 4 decades since the Lagos Plan of Action outlined a route away from debt and dependence that highlighted opportunities that today should still be explored for local added value for processing and manufacturing in everything from agriculture to solid minerals and petrochemicals. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a remarkable achievement of cooperation. We remain fully committed to the achievement of the SDGs and are convinced that this can be best delivered by focusing principally on our primary mission of growth and prosperity. Madam President, on our third point, we welcome steps to move towards peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We agree that international investment and engagement offer a way out of the cycle of decay and violence. Access to strategic minerals from Sierra Leone in the 1990s and Sudan today has for too long been a source of conflict rather than prosperity. Africa, and I must include Nigeria, has in abundance the critical minerals that will derive and drive the technologies of the future. Investments in exploration, development and processing of these minerals in Africa will diversify supply to the international market, reduce tensions between major economies, and help shape the architecture for peace and prosperity on a continent that too often in the past has been left behind by the rivalries and competition between different power blocs. We know in Nigeria that we are more stable when those communities that have access to key resources are able to benefit from these resources. This has been our journey in the oil-producing region of the Niger Delta. I believe that will strengthen the international order when those countries that produce strategic minerals benefit fairly from those minerals in terms of investment, partnership, local processing, and jobs. When we export raw materials, as we have been doing, tension, inequality, and instability fester. Madam President, the fourth pillar for change that I am advocating is a dedicated initiative bringing together researchers, private sector, government and communities to close the digital divide. As we stand on the threshold of new and dramatic technological change, we are still absorbing the impact of the revolution on information and communication of the past 20 years. We understand better than we did the opportunities technology offers, as well as the safeguards we need to enable growth and mitigate the potential for corruption. Some worry about fake news. Truly, we have plenty of that, with the potential of devastating real-world consequences in countries rich and poor. I am more worried about an emerging generation that grows ever more cynical because it believes nothing and trusts less. As technology shakes up public administration, law, finance, conflict, and so much of the human condition, I'm calling for a new dialogue to ensure we promote the best of the opportunities that are arising and promote the level of access that allows emerging economies more quickly to close a wealth and knowledge gap that is in no one's interest. I join you today to reassert Nigeria's commitment to peace, to development, to unity, to multilateralism, and to the defense of human rights is beyond compromise. For none of us is safe until all of us are safe. The road ahead will not be easy, and we know there are no quick fixes to the trials that test the human spirit. Yet history reminds us that bold action in pursuit of noble ideals has always defined the story of the United Nations. Time and again, we have found the wisdom to balance sovereign rights with collective responsibility. That balance is once again in question. But I believe, quite passionately, that a renewed commitment to multilateralism, not as a slogan, but as an article of faith, remains our surest path forward. Nigeria dedicates itself fully and without reservation to that noble cause. I thank you all for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sabah Al-Khalid Al-Sabah, Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait. I request the protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Your Excellency, Madam President Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. At the outset, it gives me pleasure to convey to you the greetings of His Highness Amir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Mish'al Al-Ahmed Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. May God protect him. And I convey his wishes for a successful UNGA-AT. And I express to you, Madam President, and to your friendly country, our congratulations on your election as President of the UN General Assembly, and I would like to applaud the efforts of your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang, during his presidency of the last session of the General Assembly. And I would be remiss not to highly appreciate the wise leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres. And I would like to seize this opportunity to reiterate Kuwait's continued support for him and his efforts to promote the mission and purposes of the United Nations. Madam President, we share your vision for the objectives of this session under the theme Better Together. The theme embodies the necessary spirit of solidarity in order to overcome the multiple and interconnected challenges today. It is incumbent on member states to work together to preserve this organization as the cornerstone of multilateralism and as the refuge for states and peoples in order to address their disputes and overcome the challenges and to determine the means to achieve economic, social, and human development throughout the world. Before we look towards the future, we must reflect on the previous 8 decades since the establishment of the United Nations. The UN was established when countries agreed in 1945 to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice has brought untold sorrow to mankind. While we have not seen a third world war since the establishment of the UN, we did witness, and especially lately, an incapacity to address the political challenges and security, climate, human, and health-related challenges as necessary. In addition, we must heed the lessons of our shared failures in the context of this organization. We must draw the lessons as states and governments and peoples to realize the best means for non-recurrence of our mistakes and to grant our future generations a safer world. Madam President, there are multiple successes of this organization that we cannot forget. I recall here gratefully some of the most prominent success stories of the United Nations and of the Security Council in particular, when the world 35 years ago stood in solidarity with the state of Kuwait and in support of truth, justice, and the rule of law. On the 27th of September 1990, the late Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Jabir al-Ahmad al-Jabir al-Sabah, stood here at this podium carrying a message from a people who have loved peace and worked for peace and who have endured invasion. And the audience in this hall expressed their support for this people, this peace-loving people of Kuwait and the Kuwaiti people's just cause. And this message of support remains in the hearts of every Kuwaiti citizen today, as well as the efforts to liberate Kuwait from a brutal invasion. The Security Council at the time demonstrated its ability to discharge its mandate for the maintenance of international peace and security. It demonstrated a successful model and succeeded in discharging its duties and adopted a historical resolution to take all means necessary to liberate Kuwait. And this action by the Security Council remains forever remembered in the hearts of the Kuwaiti people. The Security Council at the time embodied an excellent example in achieving justice and peace. And we would be remiss here not to remind the continued human issue that concerns every Kuwaiti, which is the whereabouts and the fate of the missing persons, some of whom have returned to their Lord as a result of the injustice they suffered. And it will continue to be remembered by the state of Kuwait after 3 decades. This multi-dimensional issue, dimensions including human and social and political, requires good faith and determination to be successfully addressed and requires close follow-up from the Security Council. We hope to heal the wounds of the family members of the missing persons who continue to grieve over their loved ones. and they hope to bury their loved ones in their homeland. In this regard, we welcome the adoption of Security Council of Resolution 2792 this year, which has provided for the appointment of a high-level UN representative to follow up the issue accordingly. And as a result of the consequences of this issue, this representative's mandate must be used to close these outstanding issues in a manner that aligns with the legitimate aspirations of the state of Kuwait and the international community. This is a matter that will undoubtedly contribute to enhancing the cooperation between the state of Kuwait and the brotherly nation of the Republic of Iraq. Madam President, the Secretary General has launched the UN80 initiative, which aligns with the reform efforts pursued by the United Nations to enhance its effectiveness and efficiency, to make it more fit for purpose and more fit for overcoming the challenges. And when addressing reforms in multilateralism, we must prioritize Security Council reform. We are firmly convinced that there is a dire need to reform the Security Council in a manner that enshrines justice, transparency, and credibility, and the non-selectivity, in order for the Security Council to become more capable of addressing contemporary threats, and so that its composition more accurately reflects the world we live in today. Madam President, Kuwait is honored to preside over the current 45th session of the Supreme Council of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Throughout time, the GCC has proven that it is a major pillar for stability and prosperity in our region. My country continues through its presidency of the Supreme Council to promote our joint efforts in the GCC and our strategic relationship with regional and international organizations. And we take pride in our efforts on behalf of our brothers and sisters in adopting the resolution related to the cooperation between the GCC and the United Nations. We look forward to the initiatives that will be taken in different spheres. We people of the Gulf do not know the impossible, and we will navigate towards the future with strong hearts and determination, believing in our joint destiny. Madam President, our region has witnessed lately a dangerous military escalation and an expansion of conflict, and we have repeatedly warned against this in the past and warned against its consequences for the region, and we condemn in the strongest of terms in this regard the brutal Israeli aggression against Qatar. We consider this attack a blatant violation of all international customs and norms, and an attack against a mediator that is working faithfully for the sake of peace. And we reiterate our complete solidarity with our brethren in Qatar, and we reiterate that any threat against any member state of the GCC is a threat against every member of the GCC. Just a few days ago, 2 emergency summits have been held, the first for the Supreme Council of the GCC, and the second, the Arab Islamic Emergency Summit in Doha, to discuss the Israeli aggression against Qatar. We reiterate the different provisions in both outcome documents of the summits. Madam President, Kuwait continues its tireless efforts that have continued throughout 2 decades to assist Iraq to achieve the legitimate aspirations of the Iraqi people and our brothers and sisters in Iraq, and in order to promote stability and security in the region through bilateral agreements that are the cornerstone for defining our means of cooperation in order to build a better future for both our countries and to turn the page on the painful past. Accordingly, from this podium, we reiterate for the third year in a row our commitment to the provisions of the agreement to regulate maritime navigation in the Khor of Abdullah with the Republic of Iraq since 2009, and we reiterate our commitment to correcting the negotiation course in order to determine our maritime boundaries beyond point 162 as per international law and the UN Convention on Law of the Sea of 1982, and without prejudice to the territories and islands in the area. And we reiterate at the same time our call on our sisters and brothers in Iraq to respect the provisions of the effective agreements between us in order for us to be able to unleash the prospects for cooperation between our two countries to greater heights. Madam President, what is taking place in the Gaza Strip for almost 2 years of collective punishment and the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinians and of innocent people, most of whom are women, are children, and using starvation as warfare is only an unfolding of genocide before our eyes. And we have reached this point because of the double standards in the application of international law. We cannot call for respect of international law in one area and ignore the application in another. This leads to undermining trust in the international system. The state of Kuwait once again condemns the Israeli aggression against the Gaza Strip and against all occupied Palestinian territory, and we call for an end to this aggression immediately and to allow for uninterrupted humanitarian access. And we also applaud the efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States in order to reach a ceasefire. We recall in this regard the high-level conference on the two-state solution, and under the joint leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic, and we look forward to building on the momentum generated by the conference. And we commend the decision by many friendly states to recognize the state of Palestine. And we emphasize the need for the remaining states to do the same. The state of Kuwait also reiterates its firm commitment to support UNRWA because of its critical role in securing the basic needs of millions of Palestinian refugees. And we categorically reject the settlement activities and forced displacement of the occupying power, and we call on measures to be taken to hold Israel accountable for its crimes. The state of Kuwait also reiterates its historical and firm support for the Palestinian people and their just cause and their legitimate right to the establishment of a Palestinian state on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, as per UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002. Madam President, the state of Kuwait stands in support of the Syrian Arab Republic and the Republic of Lebanon in their efforts to build a secure and prosperous future that fulfills the aspirations of their people. And we reiterate the need to respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of both states. And we follow with great concern the developments in Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. And we call on our brothers and sisters to prioritize wisdom and dialogue in order to settle the disputes in accordance with international law, in order to preserve the sovereignty and the unity, independence, and territorial integrity of these states. And based on our commitment to good neighborliness. We reiterate once again our call on the Islamic Republic of Iran to initiate a serious path to build for confidence building measures, and we believe that creating the conducive environment for negotiations will contribute to resolving the nuclear program and all other outstanding issues. Madam President, we in Kuwait, as a result of our people's determination, continue confidently towards the future as per Kuwait Vision 2035, which aims to establish Kuwait as a financial and trade hub in the region. Similarly, and in parallel, we work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, drawing inspiration from the ancestors in their dedication throughout succeeding generations in order to build a safe and prosperous nation. And we reiterate at the same time the important role of Kuwaiti women and Kuwaiti youth in the different areas, and we applaud their contributions on the path towards development and prosperity. Now that only 5 years remain until 2030, we emphasize the need to continue our efforts so that we can achieve these noble goals and to leave no one behind. And based on our experience and our knowledge of the experiences of developing states, we have committed to international development, and the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development, since its establishment in 1961, has provided support for development projects in 107 states. And we reiterate our support for global development and our continued efforts to deliver humanitarian assistance throughout the world without discrimination or politicization or conditions. In conclusion, Madam President, the state of Kuwait was and continues to be, as you have known Kuwait throughout time, a strong supporter of the United Nations and its noble efforts in the different parts of the world. We firmly commit to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and commit to the UN as a beacon of hope and a hub for the coordination of international joint efforts. And we support the international efforts to settle disputes through dialogue and peaceful means. And we believe in a culture of tolerance and peaceful existence. And we will continue to love peace, and we will continue to work for the sake of peace. And may the peace of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Sabah Al-Khalid Al-Sabah. Now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Years ago, the people of our nations came together and put their trust in each other's humanity. An act of faith all the more extraordinary when we recall the devastation that still gripped the world. Yet, out of the grief and ruin of war, that generation found the courage, the wisdom, and the compassion to work together for a better peace, to build a world governed by rights and rules, not fear or force, where the sovereignty of every nation is respected, the essential dignity and equality of every man, woman, and child upheld, and where the shared mission and purpose of the United Nations is not merely to contain the threat of war, it is to create the conditions for peace, to provide a framework for settling our disputes, to foster the dialogue that enables us to manage our differences and deepen our understanding, and to nourish the opportunity, build the prosperity, and deliver the economic justice on which true and enduring security always depends. If 80 years ago this task had been entrusted to the great powers alone, then in all likelihood we would not be gathering here today. Instead, history would note the United Nations as little more than a noble experiment. The reason this institution has endured is because it belongs to all of us, because it has been built and shaped by all of us. And it is up to all of us to bring new strength to the United Nations' enduring mission, to renew our commitment to the principle that peace is both our common cause and our collective responsibility. The creation of the International Rules-Based Order owes much to the post-war leadership of the United States of America. For the region Australia calls home, that stability has underpinned a generational economic transformation. But we cannot ask and should not expect any one nation to uphold the rules or guarantee the security on which all of us depend. We all have a role in making sure that the system which has enabled the rise of new powers safeguards the rights and aspiration of every nation, big and small. For Australia, this means investing in our capabilities and investing in our relationships, investing in development, in defence and in diplomacy, to strengthen the security of our region, to support the sovereignty of our neighbours and to contribute to the cause of peace beyond the Indo-Pacific. We promote unity in the Pacific Islands Forum. We are deepening our engagement with ASEAN and elevating our partnerships with Indonesia, India, the Republic of Korea and Japan. And we are breaking new ground with old friends in the United Kingdom, the European Union, and our principal ally, the United States. Because we see mutual understanding, shared prosperity and economic cooperation as the most powerful counterpoints to confrontation, to isolation or conflict. Wars are often started by countries who imagine there is something to gain. The more we can do to reinforce the architecture of peace and prosperity, the more we remind nations of everything they stand to lose. Colleagues, whenever a head of government speaks to this Assembly about prosperity or security, they will always be met with calls for that work to begin at home. Part of our job is demonstrating to the people that we serve that what happens in the world matters to them. That when we cooperate to enhance security, contribute to alleviating poverty, or commit to protecting the natural environment, when we support the agency of forums such as the G20 or APEC, or invest in diplomatic partnerships like the Quad, none of this means setting our national interests or our people's values aside. It means working to fulfil them. The United Nations is much more than an arena for the great powers to veto each other's ambitions. This is a platform for middle powers and small nations to voice and achieve our aspirations. And that is why Australia is seeking a place on the UN Security Council in 2029-30. And it is why we are bidding to co-host the 31st Conference of the Parties with our Pacific family, nations for whom climate change is more than an environmental challenge, it is an existential threat. This is a place for the global spotlight to shine on suffering and struggles that might otherwise be forgotten, and for the international community to work together to advance our shared interests and to tackle challenges we cannot meet alone. In 2025, we are confronted by all manner of these challenges in old forms and new. Dictators whose hold on power derives solely from their capacity for cruelty to their own citizens. Tyrants who invade sovereign nations to further their own ambitions. Regimes willing to crush their own people beneath the weight of oppression. Autocracies deploying new technology to undermine our trust in democracy, institutions, and each other. Intimidation and coercion on the seas and in the skies, endangering lives and risking escalation. Terrorists and states which sponsor terrorism, spreading hatred. And if ever we had the luxury of imagining that breaches of international law were not our concern, or that conflict and turmoil in another part of the world could not affect us, those days are long gone. Just last month, Australian security agencies confirmed that the Iranian regime orchestrated the firebombing of a synagogue in Melbourne and a Jewish restaurant in Sydney. Criminal acts of cowardice aimed at spreading fear. We expelled the Iranian ambassador from Australia, the first time since the Second World War that our country has taken such a step. And here at the United Nations, we repeat to the world, there is no place for anti-Semitism. Colleagues, it is not the Australian way to try and impose our values on other nations. But when we deal with the world, we bring our values with us, and we strive to back our words with actions. Australia helped to draft the United Nations Charter, and we were part of the first peacekeeping operation under UN authority, proudly supporting independence for Indonesia. As an economy engaged in the fastest growing region of the world in human history, Australia champions the benefits of free and fair trade, and we work to strengthen it by advocating for working people to share in the prosperity that trade creates through better wages, safer workplaces, and the elimination of exploitation and modern slavery, and by supporting the security of communications and maritime travel that make trade possible through the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, including in our region and the South China Sea. And as a proud member of the Pacific family, as a continent home to some of the greatest natural treasures on the planet, and as a nation blessed with the traditional resources, critical minerals, skills and sunlight and space to power the global shift to net zero, Australia is acting to meet the environmental challenge of climate change while working to seize and share the economic opportunities of renewable energy. We will meet our 2030 target of 43% emissions reduction on 2005 levels. And last week, we set our target for 2035, cutting emissions by 62 to 70%. We are honouring our commitment to the Paris Agreement and its goal of keeping global temperatures below dangerous levels. Our target is ambitious, but importantly, it is achievable. And more than anything else, Australia's embrace of clean, renewable energy will get us there. Clean energy can carry the world beyond the false choice between economic growth and environmental responsibility, because clean energy enables the rapidly growing economies of the Indo-Pacific to industrialise and decarbonise at the same time, and to continue lifting their people's living standards while lowering their nation's emissions. Colleagues, as one of the world's oldest democracies, and one of the first where women could vote in elections and stand for Parliament, Australia knows societies and economies are stronger when they draw on the talents of all of their citizens. Indeed, it was a great Australian, Jessie Street, one of just 8 women among the 850 delegates who gathered in San Francisco in 1945, who insisted that the UN Charter makes specific mention of sexual discrimination. Because, she said, where the rules are silent, women are not usually considered. That is why Australia proudly works to promote education, economic opportunity and empowerment for women and girls around the world. As the home of the world's oldest continuous culture, we honour the knowledge and resilience of Indigenous people everywhere. And as a country strengthened and enriched by the hard work and aspiration of people drawn from every faith and tradition on earth, we stand against discrimination and prejudice everywhere. As a people who believe that kindness is an act of courage, we want to see aid workers delivering food, water and medicine to conflict zones protected. And this week, Australia and our partners launched the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel. And I thank the more than 100 nations that have already endorsed the Declaration. And as a nation that knows security depends on sovereignty, Australia stands with the courageous people of Ukraine in their struggle against Russia's illegal and immoral invasion. We share the resolve of every member of the Coalition of the Willing to secure peace on Ukraine's terms. It is the nature of the world the United Nations serves that this institution is constantly tested. In times of global uncertainty, there are no easy days, but there are clear choices. If the United Nations steps back, we all lose ground. If we give people reason to doubt the value of cooperation, then the risk of conflict becomes the default option, which grows. If we allow any nation to imagine itself outside the rules or above them, then the sovereignty of every nation is eroded. If we resign ourselves to the idea that war is inevitable, or relegate ourselves to the status of disinterested bystanders, if our only response to every crisis is to insist that there is nothing we can do, then we risk being trusted with nothing. We risk a world where dialogue and diplomacy are viewed as a dead end, rather than the vital road to understanding, where cooperation to meet new challenges facing humanity yields to old differences of race or faith or ethnicity, and where people beset by conflict, poverty or inequality come to look on this assembly as little more demonstrating that the principles on which the United Nations was founded still hold life and weight and meaning and hope for the people who need them most. And nowhere is that task more urgent than the Middle East. For decades, leaders have come to this podium in search of new words and new ways to call the world to action on a two-state solution. Today, I look to words that Australia helped write 80 years ago. Australia is calling for a ceasefire, for the immediate release of the hostages, for aid to flow to those in desperate need, and for the terrorists of Hamas to have no role in Gaza's future. And this week, Australia recognised the state of Palestine because, to quote from the Charter, that forms the very foundations of this institution and reflects the very best of its idealism. We are determined, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, and for these ends, to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbours. That was right 80 years ago, and it's right today. Every nation that takes a seat in this room has put its name to those principles. Peacekeepers and aid workers from all over the world have risked and lost their lives in the service of those ideals. So we must ask ourselves, when can those words hold meaning if not now? Where can those words apply if they do not apply to the Middle East? And what can we, the members of the United Nations, say we stand for if we cannot say we stand for this? There is a moment of opportunity here. Let us seize it. Colleagues, in the early days of this assembly, Papua New Guinea was considered an Australian territory. And last week, that proud nation celebrated the 50th anniversary of its independence. And soon, Australia's nearest neighbour will become our newest ally. Times change, nations and regions change with them, but the ideals and imperatives that built this place are timeless. More than ever, we must trust in each other's humanity. More than ever, we must choose to succeed together rather than risk failing alone. More than ever, we must work to see the promises of this place deliver real progress for the people that we serve. More than ever, we must work to build a future true to the United Nations' noble purpose and worthy of our people's greatest qualities. We all have a part to play, and Australia, just as we always have, will always play our part. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia. The Assembly will hear now an address by Her Excellency Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
President Baerbock, Secretary General Guterres, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are living a historical accelerated phase, rich in opportunities, but also, perhaps above all, dense with dangers. Suspended between war and peace. According to the Global Peace Index 2024, there are currently 56 armed conflicts ongoing in the world, the highest number since the Second World War. We live in a world profoundly different from the one in which the United Nations was founded when, in 1945, 51 nations, today nearly all of the nations of the world, decided to come together to found an international organization whose main purpose was to prevent war. The question we must ask ourselves 80 years later, while looking around us, is, have we succeeded? The answer you all know, because it lies in the headlines, and it is merciless. Peace, dialogue, diplomacy, seem no longer able to persuade or to prevail. The use of force prevails on far too many occasions, and the scenario before us is that which Pope Francis described with unique effectiveness: a third world war fought piecemeal. Obviously, among the major conflicts underway is, of course, the large-scale war of aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. 3.5 years ago, on February 24th, 2022, Moscow decided to attack Kyiv. And I believe not enough reflection has been given to the consequences of that choice, to a point I consider fundamental. The Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, deliberately trampled on Article 2 of the UN Charter, violating the integrity and political independence of another sovereign state, with the aim of annexing its territory. And still today, it shows no willingness to seriously accept any invitation to sit at the peace table. This deep wound, inflicted on international law, as could be foreseen, unleashed destabilizing effects far beyond the borders in which that war is taking place. The conflict in Ukraine has rekindled and set off several other crises. Meanwhile, the United Nations has become even more divided. It is no coincidence that Hamas took advantage of the weakening of this architecture to launch on October 7th, 2023, its attack against Israel. The ferocity and brutality of that attack, the hunt for unarmed civilians, prompted Israel to a reaction that was at first legitimate, because every state and every people has the right to defend itself. But the response to aggression must always respect the principle of proportionality. This applies to individuals and all the more so to states. And Israel has exceeded that limit with a large-scale war disproportionately involving the Palestinian civilian population. And it is in crossing this limit that the Jewish state has ended up violating humanitarian norms, causing a massacre among civilians. This choice, which Italy has repeatedly deemed unacceptable, will lead us to vote in favor of some of the sanctions proposed by the European Commission against Israel. But we do not side with those who heap all the blame for what is happening in Gaza on Israel, because it was Hamas that unleashed the war. It is Hamas that could end the suffering of Palestinians by immediately releasing all the hostages. It is Hamas that seems intent on thriving on the suffering of the people it claims to represent. Israel must free itself from the trap of this war. It must do so for the history of the Jewish people, for its democracy, for the innocent, and for the universal values of the free world of which it is part. And to end the war, concrete solutions are needed. Peace is not built only with appeals or with ideological proclamations embraced with enthusiasm by those who in truth do not want peace. Peace is built with patience, with courage, with reasonableness. The children of Gaza, like those Italy is proudly receiving and treating in its hospitals, are asking for answers that can improve their condition. And to that, we are committed. Italy is and will be there for anyone willing to work on a serious plan for the release of hostages, a permanent ceasefire, the exclusion of Hamas from any governance dynamic in Palestine, the gradual withdrawal of Israel from Gaza, and the involvement of the international community in managing the subsequent phase of the ceasefire, leading to the realization of the two-state perspective. In this regard, we consider very interesting the proposals that the President of the United States has discussed recently with Arab countries, and we are ready to lend a hand. We believe that Israel has no right to prevent the future creation of a Palestinian state, nor to build new settlements in the West Bank to that end. For this reason, we have signed the New York Declaration on the two-state solution. This is Italy's historic position on the Palestinian question, and it has never changed. At the same time, we believe that the recognition of Palestine must have two indispensable preconditions: the release of all Israeli hostages and Hamas's renunciation of any role in the government of Palestine. For those who unleashed the conflict cannot be rewarded. And thus we return to the starting point, the rules, the force of law. in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in every scenario where war dominates and reason seems lost. There's no escaping, colleagues, the most important question, which is the reason we're all here together today. Is the United Nations architecture we built 80 years ago up to task in the face of the challenges we are facing today? It is not. And multilateralism, dialogue, and diplomacy without institutions that function as they should are only empty words. We must recognize our limits. We must recognize that a profound reform of the United Nations is necessary and urgent, not an ideological reform, but a pragmatic, realistic one that respects the sovereignty of nations and opens to shared solutions. We need an agile, efficient institution able to respond quickly to crises, transparent in its mission and costs, capable of minimizing bureaucracy, waste, duplications. What we call the glass palace must be truly a house of glass. The reform Italy has in mind, starting with the Security Council, must respect the principles of equality, democracy, representativeness, and accountability. We do not need new hierarchies nor new permanent seats, simply because they would not solve the decision-making paralysis that has undermined the credibility of this institution. We are open to discussing reform without any prejudice, including on the basis of proposals already advanced by the Uniting for Consensus group. But we want a reform that serves to represent everyone better, not to give more representation to just a few. But to be effective, it is not only institutions we must reform, because we're facing a change of era. And this requires a profound revision of all the tools we have to regulate relations among nations and defend the rights of people, including international conventions. I'm thinking, for example, of conventions regulating migration and asylum. These are rules enshrined in an era when mass irregular immigration did not exist, nor did human trafficking. Conventions that are no longer current and which, when interpreted ideologically and one-sidedly by politicized judiciaries, they end up trampling on the law instead of upholding it. Together with other European states, we have raised this issue and tend to pursue it, not to lower the level of guarantees, but to build a system that keeps pace with the times, capable of protecting fundamental human rights, while safeguarding the sacrosanct prerogative of every nation to protect its citizens and its borders, exercise sovereignty, and govern migration, which impacts citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. The international community must unite in combating human trafficking. The United Nations, like other international institutions, such as the European Union, cannot look the other way or protect, in the end, criminals in the name of presumed civil rights. Likewise, the United Nations cannot hypocritically consider some human rights less worthy of protection than others. I'm thinking above all of the denied value of religious freedom and of the tens of millions of people worldwide, largely Christians, persecuted, massacred in the name of their faith. We also need a new model of cooperation among nations, but building it requires humility, awareness, and trust in the counterpart before us. Italy is seeking to do its part in this as well. Above all, with the Mattei Plan for Africa, in the last 3 years, we have launched our cooperation plan with Africa and extended its reach to 14 nations. We have built collaborations with the United Nations, the European Union and its Global Gateway, the G7, the African Union, and the African Development Bank, international financial institutions, as well as several bilateral partners such as the United Arab Emirates, whom I wish to thank. This complementarity has earned us, last July, the honor of co-organizing with Ethiopia the 3rd UN Food System Summit, the responsibility of being an active part of the major infrastructure project of the Lobito corridor between Angola and Zambia, the opportunity to build public-private partnerships that attract investment and deliver concrete results. As is happening in Algeria, where we will reclaim over 36,000 hectares of desert for cultivation, benefiting over 600,000 people. As is happening with the opening of the AI Hub for Sustainable Development involving hundreds of African startups in the development of artificial intelligence. And as is happening with the extension of the Blue Raman cable to East Africa, linking India to European economies via the Middle East and the Mediterranean. We, unlike other actors, have no ulterior motives in Africa. We are not interested in exploiting the continent for the rich raw materials it possesses. Rather, we want Africa to prosper by processing its own resources, creating jobs and prospects for its best synergies with stable governments and dynamic, secure societies. But this path cannot avoid addressing an issue that can no longer be postponed: the debt of African nations. Italy plans to convert over the next 10 years the entire amount of debt for the economically least developed nations, according to World Bank criteria, and to reduce by 50% that of lower middle income nations. The entire operation over 10 years will allow us to convert into local development projects over 235 million euros of debt. This is an initiative to which the Italian government, especially in this Jubilee year, attaches great importance, and which we hope may serve as an example for other nations as well, because it is not only an economic matter, but one of justice, of dignity, and of the future. Dear colleagues, 30 years of blind faith globalization have ended. Its aftershocks were underestimated, and today we face unexpected consequences, which were not truly unexpected, grave in their impact on citizens, families, and businesses. Things have not gone well, contrary to promises made. And let me give you some more news. Things could get much worse if we do not halt the artificial creation of unsustainable production models, such as the green plans that in Europe and across the West are leading to deindustrialization far sooner than decarbonization. The conversion of entire production sectors on the basis of theories that ignore the needs and the economic capacities of people has been a colossal mistake, causing suffering among the most vulnerable social classes and dragging the middle class downward, imposing irrational consumption choices. Unsustainable environmentalism has nearly destroyed the automobile sector in Europe, created problems in the United States, caused job losses, burdened competitiveness, and depleted knowledge. And most paradoxically, it has not improved the overall health of our planet. This is not, of course, about denying climate change, but about affirming reason, which above all means technological neutrality and gradual reforms instead of ideological extremism, respecting the environment while keeping humanity at the center. Because it took centuries to build our systems, but only a few decades to end up in an industrial desert. And as I said many times before, in the desert, there's nothing green. Colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this year, we're not only celebrating the 80th anniversary of the birth of this assembly, but also the 70th anniversary of Italy's membership in the United Nations, a double anniversary that places on us an even greater responsibility to uphold the founding principles and values of this organization. With the awareness that to do so, we must make the tools effective to defend those principles and values of our time, so that our action may be more incisive and truly responsive to the needs of our societies. The choice that we have is simple. Either leave everything as it is, or take refuge in what is easy, or show our citizens that we will not waste the historic opportunity which this time, with its multiple challenges, has handed us to build a fairer and safer world. Because as St. Francis, the most Italian of saints, who gave his name to the city where this organization was born, said, "Difficult battles are reserved only for those who have exemplary courage." It is time, I believe, to show that courage. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy, I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, unfortunately, it is not an exaggeration to state that we are now living in the age of dangers, and it's not an exaggeration either to say that since the conclusion of the Second World War, currently we are experiencing the global security being in its worst shape ever. Wars, an increasing threat of terrorism, ethnic-based conflicts, spreading of extreme ideologies, and open reference to the use of nuclear weapons. This is the age of dangers, a period when the world has been faced with the risk of the outbreak of the Third World War. All these conflicts, unfortunately, are pointing to the same direction. The direction that the world will be divided into blocks again. And this would be a very dangerous phenomenon. We Hungarians know it from our historic experience. We have lost 40 years of our lives in an age which was characterized by a world divided into blocks. This is against our national interest. But what is in line with our national interest? It is connectivity. Connectivity meaning that mutual respect should return as a basis of the operation of the system of international cooperation. Consequences of this war on a daily basis. A huge wave of refugees, 1.3 million. Imagine, we are a country of less than 10 million inhabitants. The war inflation, skyrocketing energy prices, skyrocketing food prices. We do have to make daily efforts in order to be able to stay out of this war. regardless all the efforts to drag us into this war and to provocate us into this war. It is the obligation and the duty of the Hungarian government to make sure that the security of the Hungarian people and Hungary itself is being guaranteed. Mr. President, since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, Hungary has been standing up for ceasefire and peace talks. Unfortunately, we used to be under serious attacks, serious political attacks, accusations, and stigmatization for this position of ours. Very rude accusation by those who are now speaking about the importance of ceasefire and peace talks, by the same countries in Europe. And I have to tell you that if these countries who used to stigmatize us for this position of ours had not attacked us for this position, but had they argued in favor of ceasefire and peace talks from the very beginning, as we have been doing so, we could have saved lives of hundreds of thousands of people. And we could have avoided huge refugee waves. And we could have prevented a lot of destruction. But Europe, the European Union, has chosen a bad strategy, a failed strategy. Instead of isolating the war in Ukraine, this war has been globalized. The sanction packages the European Union has introduced have absolutely not fulfilled the expectations. They have caused more harms to the European economy than to the Russian one. And parallel to that, hundreds of billions of euros have been sent to Ukraine in the form of cash and weapons. Every day which goes on in this war brings forward the risk of escalation. All day spent in this war comes up with new casualties and destruction. And if we look at history, it's obvious that all wars end up around the negotiating table. There's no war which ends up in the battlefield. Therefore, may I express Hungary's respect towards President Trump and the efforts of President Trump. We do believe President Trump is the only hope to make peace in Ukraine. And we do hope that President Trump will not give up his efforts to make peace, regardless of the fact that many politicians in Europe rather undermine the efforts of President Trump than to support those. We Hungarians do have a very sad historic experience. This historic experience of ours says that in case there is a civilized East-to-West cooperation, the security situation of the world improves. But if there's a lack of civilized East-to-West cooperation, global security deteriorates. Therefore, we do hope that the high-level US-Russia contacts will be maintained. As long as high-level US-Russia contacts are on, we do have the hope that we can avoid the worst-case scenario. As long as the high-level US-Russia talks are on, we have a good hope to prevent escalation and to prevent the launch of World War III. So Hungary will continue to support all initiatives aiming at peace, and we will continue to support the peace efforts of President Trump, and we will continue to support the high-level US-Russia talks. And we make sure that Hungary is not going to be dragged into this war. We will stay out and protect the security of the Hungarian people. Second point, dear colleagues, no migration. Parallelly to the war in Ukraine, Europe has been faced with another tremendous security threat for the last 10 years, which is illegal migration. We Hungarians are in a special situation because of geography. We are at the European entrance of the busiest land route of migration to Europe. And we have a very sad experience here. We had been run over by 400,000 illegal migrants 10 years ago. aggressive people marching through the country, rejecting any kind of cooperation with the local authorities, violating our border, occupying public areas, behaving in a way threatening the Hungarian people. What was our reaction? We have closed our border. We have built a fence, not a wall, but a fence. And we have put tremendous efforts in order to protect us from the illegal migrants. We have stopped 1 million illegal migrants at our southern border by building the fence there. We have spent multiple billions of dollars in order to be able to protect our border and our security. And guess what happens in Europe? The European Commission forces us to pay €1 million penalty on a daily basis because of protecting our border. €1 million penalty on a daily basis for the protection of our borders. This is insane, this is crazy. But I have to tell you that regardless of this penalty, we will protect our border. We rather pay €1 million per day, but we do not allow illegal migrants to come into Hungary. We protect ourselves. May I say, this is the best investment into our own security. And the pro-migration policy of the European Union comes forward with very sad impacts in the western part of Europe. Modern age anti-Semitism, parallel societies, gang wars, and no-go zones. I want to make clear that regardless of all pressure from Brussels, Hungary will continue to protect the Hungarian people. We will protect ourselves, our culture, our way of life, and our security. And we stick to our own sovereign right to make the decision who can enter the territory of Hungary. This decision must be made by us and not by bureaucrats in Brussels. We have to consider the violation of border as it is, a crime. And those who commit this crime must be punished. International law speaks very clearly. If someone is being forced to leave her or his home, she or he is entitled to stay temporarily on the territory of the first safe country, but not the second, the third, the fourth, or fifth, the first. And we are an example here. We are a neighboring country to Ukraine. So for those who have to escape from Ukraine because of the war, we are the first safe country, and we let all of them come in. All of them. But at our southern border, those who want to come in, those are illegal migrants. And none of them has been allowed, and none of them will be allowed to enter the territory of our country. Thirdly, no gender. In Hungary, we do consider family as the basis of society. But we have to understand that there is a very aggressive, extreme liberal mainstream which has been attacking family not only as an expression, but as an institution as well. Therefore, I think it's appropriate to clarify what we Hungarians do mean under family. We do mean that family consists of a mother, a father, and children, where mother is a woman, father is a man. And the marriage can be made between one man and one woman. And in order to make sure, we have put all these into our constitution. And when it comes to our economic strategy, we do carry out a family-based economic strategy. 5% of GDP we spend on supporting the families, which is far number one in the OECD area. And currently, a family-based tax revolution is going on in Hungary. Our basic principle is that if you decide to have a kid, that must not put you in a less advantageous position compared to if you do not have a kid. We do consider children as blessing. Therefore, we do support the families to have as many kids as they wish to. From next year onwards, all mothers who have given birth to 2 children will enjoy lifelong exemption from paying personal income tax. And after the birth of each children, a certain part of the salary of the parents is exempted from taxation. And we will double this exemption from the beginning of next year. If the mother wishes to stay at home with the newborn kid for 2.5 years, she receives 70% of her former salary. And all women spending 40 years at work can go to pension regardless of age. Young couples can take 28,000 euros of preferential loan called expecting babies, which means that in case of the birth of a first kid, interest rate is down to 0. After the birth of the second kid, 30% of the loan is being repaid by the state. And after the third kid being born, the state remits the whole loan. And as the most recent decision of the government, we launched the largest ever housing loan system in Hungary. All families are entitled to take a loan to buy a house or a flat with a fixed interest rate of 3%. So at the end, Mr. President, dear colleagues, it is our goal to make Hungary great again. In order to be able to make Hungary great again, we have to protect ourselves from the war, which has been going on for 3.5 years in our neighborhood. In order to make Hungary great again, we have to protect ourselves from illegal migration, making sure that we do not allow any illegal migrants to the territory of Hungary. In order to make Hungary great again, we have to be able to protect ourselves from the aggressive gender propaganda, and we have to be able to strengthen our families. No war, no migration, no gender. This is the Hungarian recipe. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. Y ahora doy la palabra.
And now I give the floor to His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, Arnoldo André Tinoco.
Señora.
Madam President, Excellencies, Costa Rica congratulates you on your election to preside over the 80th session of the General Assembly. You can count on the firm and unwavering support of my country in contributing to the success of your tenure. 8 decades ago, we embarked on the journey to San Francisco to save humanity from the abyss of war. Together, throughout this journey, we codified human rights and built an international system based on the rule of law. We established the foundations of our collective security system and generated global processes for environmental protection and the development of nations. We achieved the decolonization of more than 80 territories and mediated in hundreds of conflicts. Today, however, the mission faces 3 significant global challenges: nuclear weapons, the triple planetary crisis, and the governance of artificial intelligence. In the same year that we founded this organization, humanity crossed a threshold when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were reduced to ruins in an instant by atomic bombs. Today, the risk of nuclear conflict is the highest it has been in decades. Trust is eroding. Geopolitical tensions are widening. The shadow of the use of nuclear weapons looms once again. Nuclear weapons are once again being considered by their possessors as central to national security strategies and are wielded as tools of coercion. Any nuclear detonation, whether intentional or accidental, would have irreversible humanitarian environmental consequences. There is no possible humanitarian response. There is no margin for error. 55 years after the entry into force of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and looking ahead to its 2026 review conference, nuclear weapons states will have a new opportunity to reaffirm their adherence to the treaty and to the obligations and commitments they have undertaken as states parties, particularly Article 6. We also urge you to recognize that the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons strengthens and complements the NPT, and that it represents a decisive step toward fulfilling the very first resolution adopted by this Assembly and an essential element of the nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime. Costa Rica reaffirms that the only effective guarantee against the risks of nuclear weapons is their complete, verifiable, and irreversible elimination. Now, at a time when military spending has reached its highest level since the Cold War, behind every dollar spent on weapons, on all weapons, we see a political choice that privileges force over dialogue, weakens trust in multilateral institutions, and contradicts the spirit of the Charter. And this precisely at a time when we're facing the greatest humanitarian crisis of our time, with more than 300 million people in urgent need of assistance. Sudan, Gaza, and Ukraine are clear examples. Only 190 million people will receive aid. 115 million will have to wait, if life grants them enough time. This is not a lack of resources, but of will. The means exist, but priorities lie elsewhere. We cannot ignore that humanitarian assistance, however vital it may be, is also the bill that we pay for failing to act in a timely way to prevent the crises. The consequences of arriving too late, far too late, are reflected in every refugee camp, every food distribution point, and every field hospital. Humanitarian and refugee crises transcend human tragedy and become direct vectors of insecurity in our region. Costa Rica observes with concern how these crises fuel the power of drug trafficking and organized crime. Organizations that exploit institutional gaps and operate across borders in the absence of effective multilateral coordination. Our country, as both a host and a transit state, experiences firsthand how criminal networks transform migration routes into illicit corridors, taking advantage of the vulnerability of those seeking international protection. Isolated responses are insufficient. They simply shift these networks to territories with less capacity to respond, expanding transnational organized crime, human trafficking, and drug trafficking, while creating new epicenters and hotspots of criminal activity. Costa Rica calls on the international community to recognize that humanitarian security requires a multidimensional response and an integrated regional architecture. It requires real-time information sharing mechanisms, harmonized regulatory frameworks, strengthened institutional capacities, and shared responsibility with coordinated action to preserve the stability that our peoples deserve. Madam President, Excellencies, preventive diplomacy costs millions, but repairing its failures costs billions. We in the Americas know that price very well. In Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Haiti, we see the consequences of arriving too late. We could have acted in time. We could have prevented the repeated and systematic violations of human rights and the exodus of millions who now seek refuge and other forms of international protection. But we did not prevent it. The multiple crises across Latin America and the Caribbean, in democracy, human rights, security, migration, and development all bear witness to our own shortcomings. And it is always the most vulnerable who pay the price, those who demand protection and justice. The triple planetary crisis is another of the greatest existential threats of our time. The seas are rising, the oceans are acidifying, and millions will be forced to migrate. A temperature increase of only 1.1 degrees Celsius already puts food security, health, and peace at risk. Costa Rica suffers from devastating hurricanes, droughts that affect our farmers and energy sources, and cause economic losses in the billions. But for decades, instead of contributing to the problem, Costa Rica has been part of the solution. We doubled our forest cover. We generate nearly all our electricity from renewable sources and protect almost 1/3 of our territory. The great challenge remains that no country can face the triple planetary crisis alone. It is a global problem. And therefore, we must all accelerate the energy transition, finance climate action, and respond with justice to the loss and damage suffered by countries like Costa Rica that endured the devastating consequences of climate change. Confronting these crises requires joint action, science-based decisions, adequate financial resources, and compliance with our international legal obligations. Without any excuses, without any pretexts, without any delays. This triple crisis is also an ocean emergency. That is why Costa Rica is driving the process of concluding a binding treaty on plastic pollution that covers its entire life cycle, advancing scientific research, and calling for a precautionary pause on deep-sea mining, as well as urging the full implementation of the BBNJ treaty with conservation as its top priority. Time is running out to respond to these threats that do not recognize any borders. Time is also running out to bridge the digital divide and confront a technological revolution driven by artificial intelligence that is advancing at high speed. Artificial intelligence can strengthen our national economies and our collective efforts to achieve development. It can optimize resources, accelerate medical research, and democratize access to knowledge. But it can also divide us between those who have access and those who do not. Artificial intelligence also poses risks to international peace and security. It can become a vector of mass disinformation and enable cyber attacks that paralyze critical infrastructure. Artificial intelligence also challenges our ability to maintain meaningful human control over life or death decisions, as military automation advances without adequate regulatory frameworks. Establishing such frameworks is urgent and time is running out. One application of AI that deserves special attention is autonomous weapons systems. Costa Rica urges the conclusion before 2026 of a legally binding instrument that establishes prohibitions and regulations for autonomous weapons systems capable of identifying, selecting, and attacking targets without meaningful human control. No algorithm should ever make life or death decisions. Madam President, Excellencies, Costa Rica has demonstrated for decades that our impact in this organization is not determined by our size. Small states lead through action. We build bridges and forge consensuses that once seemed distant. That is how we move forward. That is how we prove that together we're stronger and that this is our common home. Just this year, Costa Rica, in the face of the most devastating humanitarian crisis since the founding of the United Nations, together with 150 states, launched a call to action while chairing the humanitarian affairs segment of the Economic and Social Council. Faced with the grave humanitarian consequences of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, Costa Rica will host the second international conference on the political declaration on strengthening the protection of civilians to be held in San Jose from 18th to 20th of November. In light of the risks and opportunities posed by artificial intelligence, Costa Rica, together with Spain, has led the process that established the Independent International Scientific Panel and the Global Dialogue on AI Governance, to be launched tomorrow. Its adoption by consensus is a milestone in itself. Faced with the urgency of protecting the environment and the ocean, Costa Rica co-organized with France UNOC 3, where we reached significant political and financial commitments for ocean governance and health. In confronting the persistent inequalities that limit the dignity and rights of women and girls, together with Cabo Verde, Costa Rica achieved the adoption by consensus of the political declaration marking the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women. And Costa Rica, with great responsibility and commitment, assumed the presidency of the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. Madam President, Excellencies, the person who will hold the office of Secretary General as of January 2027 must have the leadership and vision required to face the three great global challenges. The vision that comes from experience and the courage that only years of service at the highest level can provide. What is required is authority that is born of integrity. It must be a person who embraces with wisdom and conviction the three pillars of this organization. Someone who forges consensus and inspires hope, even in the most difficult circumstances. Someone with the determination to renew and strengthen this organization. We are confident that we will find that person, and we are confident also that we will find that person in our region, because it is the turn of Latin America and the Caribbean. The world has changed, and our organization must change with it. But what cannot change is our commitment to the spirit of San Francisco and the determination that took us there. Thank you. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. Right of reply. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. Next speaker, Islamic Republic of Iran. I call on the representative of Iran. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran categorically rejects the baseless and unsubstantiated allegations made by the Prime Minister of Australia against Iran. We urge the Australian government to consider the well-documented historical reality that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon rooted in Western Europe, having manifested in various forms throughout different periods of history. In recent years, however, the concept of anti-Semitism has regrettably been weaponized to silence legitimate criticism and protest against occupation, apartheid, and the ongoing crimes being committed by the Israeli regime against Palestinian people. The Islamic Republic of Iran strongly condemns the heinous atrocities and continuing genocide in Gaza. It reminds those who support or remain silent in the face of these crimes of their moral and legal responsibility under international law. Iran views the Australian government's unfounded accusations and its undermining of long-standing diplomatic relations between the two countries as being in alignment with the Israeli regime's broader strategy of promoting Iranophobia. These actions are clearly aimed at diverting the attention of the international community, including this high-level session of the United Nations General Assembly, from the atrocities and humanitarian disaster in Gaza, while exacerbating instability in the region. I thank you, Mr. President.
The meeting is adjourned. I did it well.
Yeah,
Ask me how many people are actually impacted, it's really everyone.
Currently, glaciers are contributing to sea level by about 1 millimeter a year. That sounds nothing, 1 millimeter, right? But it has a huge impact. Small number, huge impact. Every millimeter of additional sea level rise is going to flood another 200,000 to 300,000 persons every year.
It is really high time that we create awareness and we change our policies and we create, we mobilize resources to make sure that we have good policy frameworks in place, we have good research in place that can help us to mitigate and also adapt to these new changes.
We're again seeing the scenes of mutilated bodies of children and bodies wrapped in shrouds.
After 15 long months of brutal war, again, no place is safe for children and their families in Gaza. Families who, this night, were woken up by very loud explosions and heavy bombardments across the Gaza Strip, including here in Al-Mawasi.
It is unacceptable, even unimaginable, to once again find ourselves talking about this instead of supporting a path towards meaningful recovery and sustainable peace.
We have humanitarian aid still blocked, and I believe that the role of the UN is to do everything to convince the parties and to have the international community pressing for three essential aspects. First, for the ceasefire to be fully respected. Second, for humanitarian aid to have access to Gaza in an unimpeded way. And third, for the unconditional release of hostages. And we will not give up on these objectives.
What if everyone had equal opportunities, regardless of race, gender, or disabilities? Inclusion is a human right. We meet a New Yorker who faces hurdles every day. Trans people in India, and the inventor of an exoskeleton that's changing lives. We ask, why is exclusion a thing? And what does normal mean? How do societies function? If a minority is marginalised, we talk about exclusion. If they're isolated, it's a case of segregation. When minorities are incorporated into society, we refer to integration. But if they simply belong, that's inclusion.
New York City, one of the most expensive cities worldwide. People living here don't always have it easy, like Milagros Franco, a New Yorker born and bred. She's just finished work and is now shopping.
You too, thank you. So we're gonna go to Borough Hall and take the elevator and take,
people with disabilities depend on getting affordable housing.
It's New York City, so housing is a huge issue, especially if you have a mobility disability. Finding accessible housing is very difficult. It's close to impossible, though people do it.
Donald Trump could also cut healthcare programs. That's especially worrying to people with disabilities. Sharon McLean.